Hello again, human beings of the internet. My name's Ryan.
I'm Duncan, and I'm one of the human beings on the internet, technically.
Yeah, yeah. And streaming live, pre-recorded. This
Not,
is
yeah, that's
immaterial.
that's the opposite of what live means. We are
Yes, I
not
know.
live.
We recording live. This is Immaterial Gamers, and we're reviewing Arcane Act 2.
We sure
So,
are. We have
right.
returned from a week of reviewing our previous video and and watching the next act.
hmm
Um, and people had opinions about our opinions, and that's
We had
okay.
opinions.
And that's and
Uh,
that's okay.
yeah.
It's it's all right to disagree. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. It's all right to disagree. I feel it's less all right to just write off a person's review as irrelevant. That's just
Well,
me.
that's it's. I mean, yeah. I would prefer that when people be like, hey, you're not on point about this thing. That they're like have a specific reference of like, this is the point you're wrong about. This is why you're wrong about it. This is how it actually works and why you're incorrect. Then I can
hmm
be like, oh, okay, I've made a mistake. I was not doing my best job here. Or I could be like, actually, I am still right because here's the flaw in your argument. Then it becomes a conversation.
A bit of dialogue,
Yeah,
like
I
what
like a
we're
bit of
doing
dialogue.
now.
Exactly. Constructive criticism is great,
hmm
and constructed criticism is also good. It's a little bit of a clever wordplay there.
Yeah. So that being said, we're still absolutely, absolutely more than happy to have constructive dialogue over YouTube comments. Please
Absolutely.
tell us what you think we fecked up on. Tell
I
us
mean,
what you
come on.
thought
Look,
was fine, and we'll talk.
our video has 145 views. Okay, trust me, we really do appreciate any amount of interaction that we can get.
Yeah.
All right, we've been at this for over 2 years, and we are still basically just started. So we are all for any level of dialogue, even
Yeah.
if it's deflecting criticism. That's totally
Yeah.
fine.
Every day's a school day, and we're learning as we go. And
Ex-
we'd be
exactly.
happy for people to
And if
learn
there's
along with
anything,
us.
and if there's anything wrong with the actual like, if there's anything particularly about the format that you dislike, I mean, forget about our points, but like if you just don't like the way our video looks or the way it's constructed, tell us about it. What do you think we should do differently? Except
Yeah.
make it shorter because we won't. Uh,
We'll certainly,
unfortunately, that's my fault mostly.
we'll try less. I'm not going to say that we ramble. Well, I ramble, but we'll get on with it. That being said, let's get straight into this then. We've done Act 1. We've had our opinions. There's a level that I feel needs to be slightly topped for Duncan. There's a level that needs to be ramped up,
Yes.
and
So
that's the way we go. So first out the gate, first opinions before we do the deeper dive.
yeah, speaking.
Where are you on Act 2?
So Act 1 was a really difficult time for me because at first I actually kind of liked Arcane. Like I wasn't like head over heels with the show. This is not like my new favorite thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna whatever like go make a cosplay or whatever of this because I'm so in love with it. It's like it was fine. Like it was actually like an okay start to a show that I had, to be perfectly honest, I had fairly low expectations for. I didn't actually really expect it to be a, a quality product. Not that I'm like a cynic or anything. It's like there was a part of my brain that was saying like Riot doesn't actually have to do a very good job for people to actually make this. I feel like a lot of people would probably just like it for no reason, just because it's got the things they like in it.
So you'd feel sort
Uh,
of that, like at the minimum, this would be a bonus for fans of League of Legends.
yeah,
It's
it's like this is a little fun little bonus.
mhm,
This is like the mobile game release at tie-in for their main series. It's like it's not where they're gonna get their bread and butter, but it's a little side
mhm.
job. But they actually did put in a fairly decent amount of production value and made some relatively quality content, at least in certain parts of the
Yeah,
show,
and that's
and I was
certainly
happy for that.
yeah, and that's certainly that's the help of Fortiche, the animators that we talked about last week, and their pretty damn good quality of visuals. And we always, there's always the joke about for music. There's always the joke of, oh right, it's a music company that also makes games, and
Yeah.
a lot of the musical quality that's is there is on point and is good. Minus, I'm gonna just say this: there is a bit in the middle episode of Act 2 that I'm not great with, and I'm gonna say that now. And you'll just have to listen later on to find out why I'm not happy with that.
I
But
wonder if I know what
still,
you're talking about, because there's a few musical.
I don't know. You
Uh,
could only imagine
spots.
what I could be on about.
Oh yeah, okay. I am. I know
So
what you're talking about. Okay,
yeah.
anyway,
So
but yeah,
that's
anyway, as I was saying about what I was saying is like, it's like, okay, this is actually something that, provided they do a good job, I could get invested in
hmm
and be like, this is actually legitimately entertaining as its own thing, not even as like a League of Legends tie-in.
hmm
My problems came in when the the larger plot started to rear its head,
yeah.
and the more they got into that, the more shortcomings they had. Like, I don't know who actually wrote the show, if this was like an experienced writer who came in to do this, or if it was like Riot staff who came in to do this.
Mm.
But it felt to me like whoever wrote this was like somebody who has seen other stories but has not had a lot of experience writing their own stories, because a lot of like the big plot points just didn't come across to me as particularly well thought out.
Mm.
And despite the efforts of most of the cast, some of the cast were not great. Despite the efforts of the animators, despite the efforts of a lot of like the background production people, the script that it was all being propped up by was just kind of weak, and unfortunately that resulted in me not being particularly fond of the last two episodes, especially the third.
Okay.
And that is the part that I care about the most, unfortunately, which is why I disliked it so much.
Do you want to have a sort of bit more of an idea of um why you could be even though you could be having trouble writing credits? Particularly the biggest one is just a little known writer and director and producer called Ash Brannon, who may be known for, let's see, Toy Story 2
Ash
as a
Brannon.
writer. Surf's
I
Up.
don't I don't know who Ash Brannon.
Yeah, I mean, I say this, I'm just looking at IMDb. It's just when someone says they are known for Toy Story 2, it's kind of, I consider that point being.
Well, he wrote. Sorry, he wrote. He wrote this show.
He is
Did you
a
say?
writer. He's a
A
writer of the
writer.
show. There is also, let's see, a
Okay.
bunch that I haven't seen. Like, see, there's just some that I don't know. There, Nick Luddington, is also a writer. Amanda Overton, who's the executive story editor, and Connor Sheehy is a writer for that as well. And there isn't a big filmography between the last sort of names. Just Ash Brannon is the biggest of the names that are on there. And like I say, Toy Story 2. That is not 1. But yeah. And then a lot of the production, or those who produced or had creative control in regards to it, are the members of Riot Games who um
Yeah. So
who sort of worked
like
on it. So they had the oversight in regards to that.
so he's like some limited amount of right. And I mean, Toy Story 2 is a good movie, but I mean, without going further into it, I have no idea how much I can really credit uh with his idea, because it seems to me like
Hmm.
he
I mean,
was
a lot of this is still under
I'm
Riot's
literally just
control.
skimming through this, and I could be totally off base, but it seems to me like he was a contributor who was mainly like mainly at the the story development stage, where it's sort of
Hmm.
like coming up with the ideas for the story, whereas the actual
Yep.
like I don't think he was actually like heavily involved in like this. He wasn't. I mean, he first of all, he didn't have anything to do with the screenplay, so like the actual like script
The
part,
actual, yeah.
he didn't touch. So like that kind of actually makes sense to me. The fact that he wasn't involved in that, and also the fact that he has barely done anything since then.
Yeah.
That actually follows through on what I was saying. I'm just like someone who's not like in the thick of like actually ironing out a really concrete story.
Hmm. just looking at the other cast, the stuff in terms of the producers of that. So obviously you got Mark Merrill and Brendan Beck, the co-owners of Riot, and then I believe the other two big names that they throw around were Christian Linker and Alex Yee, who were basically the guys behind the overarching Arcane sort of story, and also
Our Kevin Feige's of the group here.
in a sense, yeah. So and then Christian Linker is also the one who composed the themes for Vi and Jinx. So it's like, oh right, so these are your babies, and let's do that a little bit further. But we digress.
But anyway, the point, yeah, that setting that whole tangent aside, the point I'm trying to get at is that it felt like there were a lot of good ideas, but that no one on the writing staff knew how to quite link them all together in a concrete A, B, C, D pattern. It felt like it was like A, C, F, 7 for some reason, then B. And I was like, it just felt a little bit weak. And I really wasn't all that looking forward to Act 2, really, because I felt like Act 1, from my perspective, left things in a weird place where it's like, I'm not really particularly excited to see the continuation of these stories. But I was like, okay, if they focus on entirely different characters and in a different part of this world, there could still be some fun stuff going on here. It's an interesting world, at least. And I was both, and I think overall, it's fair for me to say that I was overall happy and disappointed with Act 2 in the sense that I was disappointed that it did follow up directly on all of the same characters. It literally was just a direct continuity of the story.
And I'll give you this for free. Act 3 is going to be a continuation of those characters.
Right. And well, I mean, it has to be, given how this act ended. Like literally, how do you not follow that up?
Yeah, exactly.
But it was also kind of pleasant because, if I'm being perfectly honest with myself, and I hope this isn't just me adjusting my expectations or whatever, or me changing my my level of scrutiny, I think I liked Act 2 more than Act 1 overall. I actually thought it was okay. There's still a lot of problems, and we have hours to go through all of them. But,
we'll get to that bit soon,
I would, if I gave Act 1 like a 2.5 out of 5, I like 10s are a lot easier to work with, honestly.
Well, if you want to work on the 10s, you can go for
it was like in the 4 to 5 out of 10 range for me, which, I know that sounds super harsh because of everyone thinks that like anything below a 7 out of 10 is garbage.
Well, that's the other. That's the sort of digression. The other little digression I have on that. And I felt that we may have made a mistake by trying to score it last week, and because of what you've said there, this whole sort of idea in all these industries, creative industries, the arts, to bumble into an all-encompassing term. This whole idea, like you say, of the maximum scores are given out way too fucking often.
Yes, they are. That's correct.
And
people have moved the scale of ratings from a 1 to 10 to a 5 to 10. That's they consider anything that is less than a 5 to be abject failure. Whereas anything that is below a 7 is mediocre to bad. And that's just not how those numbers are supposed to be treated. When I say something is a 4 or 5 out of 10, I said that's me saying I was somewhat disappointed with the project. It had positive qualities, and it wasn't a total waste of my time, but I definitely recognize that it could have been a lot better. Yeah. And I was gonna say, it's like, having said that about this work, I would probably give this somewhere into the 5 to 6 range, somewhere in that decimal range out of 10. It's like it is an improvement on average.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'll go into sort of my feeling on this, and we'll start with the score bit of it first. And obviously, I'm sort of the more generous of the two, I guess. In regards to how I felt about it. If we're moving it from the 5 wrenches up to the out of 10, mine would have been an 8. Solid. It's a solid for me show. There's still room for improvement. that's to me that's what an 8 is in the realistic scale of things, not this, not this 7 to 10 bullshit. So,
Yeah.
that's exactly where I was on. And if I was to then looking at Act 2, more of the same, a push up to in my opinion, nearly 9 territory. There's still flaws, and because this has all been done as one big project, it's not something that they can, that you can take feedback from and add it into the next act. Some of the flaws
Yeah.
that were in Act 1 are still present in 2, and through that I've now
Yes,
conceded
and
to
I
the
have to
fact that
say
they're going to
that
be present in 3 as well.
yeah, and I will tell you right now that the only reason why my score is as low as it is because so much of Act 2 is founded on the game state of how Act 1 ended, and
Mm-hmm.
the means by which they followed up on those things were underwhelming and also unavoidable at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if the show had basically started with Act 2, and changed a couple things to make it so that it would be not incongruous with Act 1,
Yeah.
it actually would have been a much better story overall because it wouldn't have to deal with the baggage of Act 1.
Yes.
And I have lots to say about it. And like we have time to go through the actual
Well, that's
points
what I'm saying. Yeah, certainly
as they
when we
come
when
up,
we come to
but
the deep dive, that's gonna come into it. So let's
I
go into
guess
this.
I guess before we get into it, because I do have a thing that I really do need to say about
Yeah,
how I assess this, and I probably should have done this earlier because I
that's
keep
say
we,
I
we
was I
keep
was I was
teasing the
awaiting it. Yeah.
we keep teasing the rant and I keep pushing it off, but this needs to be said to people who may be watching this video before we actually get into it about how I critique
Mm-hmm.
media. I wrote up a whole blurb here. I'm not going to read it word for word, but essentially, my primary goal when I assess any piece of storytelling media is addressing the writing primarily, first
Mm.
and foremost. I assess character, plot, and world building as opposed to any other production elements like the music, editing, and direction, because I feel like at the end of the day, that is the core of storytelling. And
Mm-hmm.
like direction and music and editing play a major role in the visual part of the storytelling, but you at the end of the day, writing is, I would say, the most important part because anything can be made into a book, but not everything can be made into a movie. It's like it's the one element. I'm not wording this right. The reason why writing is so important is because it's the one part of storytelling that's inescapable. There
Yes.
is no story if there is no writing. You don't need direction to make a story. You don't need editing to make a story because books exist. It's just storytelling in books. In the most, if you want to call that the most basic part of like the story format, other than just oral tradition, which really is as fundamental as it gets, the structure and the script is the one totally inescapable part of storytelling. And you know, I really want to avoid whenever possible what I call emotive assessment. I prefer not to describe how I feel about a project versus what I thought about a project.
Right.
And the reason why I do that is because it is very easy for, as a filmmaker or a production company, to compel a member of an audience to feel or think a certain way based exclusively on things that are not storytelling, like first-hand storytelling instruments, by composing a shot in a certain way, by editing a shot in a certain way, by
Yeah.
introducing certain music cues and framing things a certain way. You can take two identical pieces of script and tell completely different stories. And so it's very easy to, I don't want to use the word trick, but to, like I said, compel an audience member to
Yeah.
feel a certain way based on things that are not the founded within the actual script. And so to me, the job of the critic, in my opinion, is to take a step back from the emotional response that the director is trying to sort of coerce you into, and look at the actual story beats and character beats that actually brought you to this moment and say, does this moment earn the emotional response that the director or writer thinks it has earned?
Yeah.
Does this actually come together in the way that they think it does? I would rather think well than to think good. I would rather that my thought process itself be of high quality and to produce high quality, well thought out points and comments than to just say and think good things about something.
Yeah.
That occasionally means that I have to be critical and not particularly nice or pleasant to pieces of media that other people are really emotionally attached to, but that is the priority for me. I just care more about high quality thought processes versus positive thought processes.
Okay. Yeah. That sort of makes sense. Like I said,
And
I
that's
think
yeah,
I
and
think I
that's a
was saying
and,
last week that I had the sort of the points where I got sort of carried away with the bombastic nature of the program, and then stopped and thought for a second and went, right, come on, we can be better than a popcorn flick.
yeah, and it's like, you can look at a scene and be like, this character is sad and crying, and you could just say, because that scene in pictures a character that is sad and crying, is like, well, this scene has made me sad. And you could see an action scene that's full of lots of punching and kicking and explosions and guns and say, oh, this is a really exciting action scene. But when you take a step back from what you're seeing on screen and you ask yourself, okay, do I actually feel bad for this character who is crying? Have they earned my sympathy from a writing standpoint? Is it appropriate for me to feel sad for them beyond just empathy? Or, is this action scene, do I believe the stakes in this action scene? Do I have a reason to actually be concerned for or invested in what these people are doing?
Yeah.
Or am I just watching,
You're
generic
just
fighting
watching punches and
scenes?
kicks go flying around.
Am I just here for the spectacle?
Spectacle.
And
That's a better
I'm not.
idea.
I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not here for the spectacle. I will occasionally highlight elements of good writing or of good direction or editing. If it's like, if I think it's really noteworthy, positive or negative, like if it's really interesting and unique in some way, or if I really think that something about it dramatically improves the way the story is presented, I'll occasionally point those things out. But for me, I'm just here for the script. How good is this story if it is a book, is kind of how I look at these things. And maybe people disagree with that method, but that's the way I look at this show and most shows.
Yeah. Well, like we say though, it's a conversational point. So, everyone, you know that's how that's going to go. That's not going to change. Have dialogue. Let's go for it. Right, let's get into the episode proper then. Let's go into the first episode of Act 2, titled Happy Progress Day. I just have to say Happy Progress Day to you, Duncan.
Happy Progress Day. Hooray.
Thank you. So, we have our time skip. It's not stated exactly how long that time skip is.
I'm estimating about 4 to 5 years, because it's a long enough period of time that the younger teenage characters are significantly older, but not so long that the young adult characters look distinctly older. So I would say 4 to 5 years is a pretty good estimate.
Yeah, because I was about to say, Jay still well and truly looks 24.
Yes.
Even though, at the bare minimum, he's 29.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we get there, and it's a brand new day. Jace is now Piltover's fucking number one. From
Yeah,
being
he's
from being the pariah and the martyr of scientific endeavors up
which
until
is
the past few moments.
which is a hell of a jump to make. I was just saying, like, considering the fact that legally speaking he should be in jail, it's incredible where he is.
Hmm.
But I guess to give Act 2 credit, and I really do look for as much credit as I can give in these stories. I'm not just an asshole.
Mm.
Uh, I think that they make it clear that once the council people realize the benefits of
Mm.
having magic in their society,
The
they turn their opinions
profitability
pretty quick.
of Hextech has well and truly been shown at
Yes.
this point.
And while
Um,
Heimer is still ever the doubter, he's at least happy for Jason. Glad that he hasn't blown anything up in
yeah,
the recent years. So,
he's happy with the council, and he's happy that everyone's all at a fair point. So much so that he's agreed for Jace to do the speech for Progress Day in his stead.
which is apparently something Heimerdinger's been doing for like centuries. So that's
Yeah,
kind of a big deal.
for at least 200 years, because of that at that point. I think did they
So it
make a
is
point
it
that
is
it's
the
like the
200th
200th
anniversary.
anniversary? Yeah. So that's a big thing, and like we said, we still have that bit where Heimerdinger's like cautious because he's still on the idea of, all right, well, we want your next want your next big thing. It better not, like as Duncan said, it better not blow up. People are watching. Opens the fucking balcony doors to show Piltover and its brand new giant towering
Ooh.
hex gate, where all the
Yes.
airships, not blimps, and we'll get back to that later, um, are there, and we watch an airship take a an express trip through a hex gate. We don't know where. I just decided to just guess it was
Space
Noxus.
basically has basically invented fast travel.
Yes.
So good for him.
Yeah, so that'll be good in time for the world of League of Legends MMO in the next couple of years. We want to take airship travel from Piltover to the Freljord. Okay, let's do that. That'll be 200 gold, please. Fuckers.
There you
Um,
go.
yeah, so that all happens, and then we move on to
Yeah, and like I said, and I've been quiet, and it's not just because I'm not trying. It's actually perfectly fine, aside from just the weirdness of being like getting over Jace being here instead of being in prison.
being in
I'm
Stillwater,
okay.
where another main character is.
I'm okay with it because of the fact that other information from the rest of the series kind of explains that situation. It's actually
Yeah.
fine. It's much like the last opening scene from the last act. It's actually fine. I
Mm.
am happy with it for the most part.
So yeah, with that, I believe we end up to credits and then back to Piltover, where
Yarp. That's
where everyone
credit.
is all enjoying the Progress Day celebrations. People are enjoying mighty inventions such as the automobile and like little clockwork butterflies.
I like that they
And
have teleporting blimps, but they don't have they don't have cars.
yeah, yeah,
It's a very strange form of technology
yeah,
here.
because that was the clear thing, wasn't it? With the passenger or like the driver in the car that they were testing, clearly excited by this brand new vehicular transportation that they've got, you know, and that that all comes to it, and then we get to watch oh yeah, we get to watch Jace. Well, so talking about turns, and I think this actually more suggests and confirms the issues that I have with Piltovans as a society at this point, because the first thing we see is Lady Kiraman basically parading Jace around like the hot new thing, and he's been like that forever.
Like,
And
oh yes,
I've always had faith in him. No, you fucking haven't.
yeah, and it's kind of like that's kind of for me. I feel like that's a little bit on the weak side because it's like it's kind of like you could have done this a lot better over
Mm.
like continuously over the show. Like it's like I feel like they just never really if they wanted to make Caitlin's mom whatever her name is, she probably has a name, but whatever.
I think she
as
is
like
just known as like Mrs. Kiriman, and that's
Lady Kiriman.
yeah.
They could have made her that type of character where she is concerned exclusively with image and like isn't actually all that like concerned about her family or anything. But I feel like they've just kind of they've got a bit of a mixed message there.
Mm,
Not the worst thing in the world. It's just kind of like odd. It's
yeah.
at on a scale of problems, it's like a 2 out of 10. It's a minor issue.
Yeah, she's
But yeah,
like I
Jason.
say.
But yeah,
So,
Jason's hanging out. He boops Caitlin on the head. You know, they're still
on the
buddies. They're hanging out.
on the overly sized hat that we don't see much of. By the way, there's 2 scenes where she wears the damn oversized hat, and then for
Hmm.
the rest of the act, it's gone. So
Yeah, she's incognito for a lot of it.
yeah.
So this is the part where I have to make a confession.
Mhm.
I was operating for about 2/3 of this act. I was operating under the assumption that Jace and Caitlin were like in some form of relationship. They're not.
Ooh.
They're very not. They make that pretty clear by the end.
Yeah.
It's just like I don't know. For me, it's just like, oh, they're acting kind of cutesy together, and he shows
Yeah.
up at her house. She's in her pajamas. He's got flowers. I'm like, surely there's got to be. I've just misinterpreted everything. It's my
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah, if anything at this point, it's friendship and
You can
maybe
keep going. I'm
close.
just gonna fill up my water.
Yeah, at the closest, it's sort of siblings. At the very minimum, the idea that there's like even at the base level of a platonic relationship there is not a thing, and I can tell you that I mean
They're just very good
that's
friends.
yeah, that's a
Two
lore
attractive
thing.
young adults who like each other don't have to be in love, even if they're of the opposite sex.
Yeah,
That's my fault.
but
That's
but
my B.
yeah, but that's the thing that comes up, and I can tell you through the lore, as patchy as it is, it makes sense of why there is all these questions about the sexuality and relationship status of Caitlyn and another character, which comes into it pretty early into episode 2 of Act 2. So yeah, that's that. By the way, I'm happy that I appeared in the episode.
Did you?
Yeah, do you know like when Jace turns around and oh yeah, Caitlyn's not happy. By the way, she wants to be an enforcer and she wants to be like a proper productive member of the Piltover police force or whatever. But her mum is intentionally shafting her on this and putting her on low crime rate
Which
duties and stuff like that.
which we definitely need to visit that later because there's a lot of questions about that. But for now, we
Yeah,
can just move on.
yeah. But
Um,
but yeah, so Jace turns around and he says, "Have fun with all the drunkards." And then there's this round, bearded, bespectacled, heavy-haired guy on one of the airships who just goes, "Happy Piltover Progress Day," and I kept the picture there. That is clearly me.
yeah, you can have you can make that your profile picture. Good for
I
you.
think I might actually. Well, actually, I've been saying that. I've actually still got my profile picture that I made through the League of Legends avatar creator that I've not switched to. But yeah, I think I might take him instead. He is clearly me, just obviously with a bit of a
It
Nordic
was like
accent.
you on it was like you on Steph's birthday a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I was. Oh my
Happy
god, I was.
birthday, Stefan!
Yeah, happy. So yeah.
It'd be
So
weird if you had actually said Happy Progress Day and you foreshadowed that.
without
Or like,
even
how did
knowing
he
at
know?
all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Ryan
so
is very mildly prophetic in ways that are not at all actually helpful when he's drunk. That's his superpower.
yeah. I can be coherent when typing out something and still have absolutely no idea what I'm saying. It's weird. Right. Anyway. So yeah, we see that airship and we move to another airship. That is being loaded with barrels and dodgy stuff and an easily paid off inspector, cargo
Hmm.
inspector. So what this is Silco's shimmer business. It's clearly there. The barrels are full of shimmer. We've
Yep.
got
Yeah.
we've
So
got big
we've got Bigman, Mr.
yeah.
Muscles from Act 1, and
Along with Savika, who is the black
Savika.
woman from
Yes.
Act 1. She's not
who
dead.
I who I really thought was dead. She looked extremely dead at the end of Act 3, but
Yeah.
nope, she's fine.
She's fine. She seems to be walking around with one arm.
Yes. Well, I mean, she's not, but
No, it's. I mean, in the trailers, it's clearly shown she's got a hidden weapon up her shawl cape. But she'll use that in the next episode. But yeah, so they're all sorting out and bribing the guards and getting all this, this shimmer loaded up onto an airship, and then out of some tunnels comes some hoverboard street rats, all masked up.
street rats.
That we call the Firelights. Which is a bit of an odd name. You could have just called them Fireflies. That would have worked. It doesn't roll off the tongue. The Firelights.
Firelights. Yeah, boy, the Firelights. They exist.
Yes,
that's all I know about them so far, but they exist.
With their leader, who seems to have an obsession with time. And it's not been.
I might have completely missed this.
Yeah, he's very time focused with the stopwatch
and the stopwatch. Yeah, you're right about that.
So to say on there, there's heavy ideas. When this show came out, there were discussions of two characters directly from Arcane who would be introduced as champions in League of Legends. One of them is a villainous support who is all about money, and currently people have tried to attribute that to Silco, but let's be honest, I don't think he's going to be living through Arcane. Generally, the champions in League of Legends are something that they'll either seal away, a la Viego, or are around as a spirit form, or currently alive in the game. I.e., everyone else of the 140 plus champions that are in there. If they do pull a thing, and let's just say, if champions get killed in this show, that'd be a big twist. But I'm not feeling that it would happen.
You would also be like, you just brought up something that it never even occurred to me to think about that, but it's like, man, if I imagine that all of these characters all of the named characters who are from the game are immune to death, boy, that really substantially reduces the stakes in every scene, doesn't it?
Yeah, I
mean, if we work under the assumption that that's going to be the case, then that's a problem. For a story like this to work, I need to be concerned about the possibility that someone might die.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, they could easily change it. I mean, we don't, there's a possibility that they don't go Black Widow on this. I've just to give an idea, I'd say spoilers, but the film's been out for months. There's a scene at the end of Black Widow where Natasha Romanoff jumps off a exploding skybase with a backpack that she may consider to be a parachute. And the idea is that as an audience, we're supposed to be told, wait, she might be in peril. She might just smack on the ground and become a Black Widowy smear on the pavement. Except it's
she's alive.
Yeah, it's a flashback movie, and everything comes along. So the idea of the peril on there is there.
There's a lot of reasons to not be invested in Black Widow, but that is one of the reasons. Yes.
Yeah. So that's the sort of thing. But yeah, so there's this devious support figure that's all about money, and people have actually started data mining files now, and they're saying it's not Silco. They're saying it's a Chem Baron who have been introduced a lot in terms of the lore of Legends of Runeterra. Basically, Zorn is now just controlled by multiple barons, drug dealers, basically in the area, and that it may be one of them. The other was an AD carry, who everyone suspected would be the mask-wearing, hoverboard-riding leader of the Firelights. Except there's quite a lot of evidence that it's not that, and that it's Echo. Pre Z Drive, Zero Drive business, which at that point would also retcon some previous lore regarding Echo. But I'll get to that later. But yeah, these hoverboard dudes come out. The leader is constantly swinging a stopwatch around that's got a 5-minute timer on it.
And despite the fact that they are clearly on the clock, they're not in a particular hurry to get anything done. They walk a lot.
Yeah, because we'll sort of move forward. A nice bit of visual bit of the Firelight leader looking at the sort of camera with the with his head tilted, and then you realize that they just go upside down, and they start taking on the airship and all the dudes on there. They hit them with these like amber gem bomb things that freeze everyone in place, including Savika, which at that point, when you realize that she's got her hidden weapon, does question why she just stayed there and waited and watched. And the leader says, right, we've got 5 minutes, in and out, let's do this, burn it all down. So they're all inspecting that, and then a couple of idiots go into the hull of the ship, the cargo hold, and don't look down, because they then get themselves trapped. And we have
they sure do.
Yeah, the small horror moment where they realize that they're trapped in the hold with Jinx, who's now Jinx.
She is now Jinx. They call her Jinx. She looks
Yep.
like Jinx. She acts like Jinx. She's Jinx.
Yeah, the only difference at this point is that she still doesn't have the pink eyes yet. It's still the blue-eyed Jinx, so there's still something that will happen with her that will change that. Because they've been very good with their foreshadowing. They teased the pink eyes at the end of Act 1, and they do it again in Act 2. But something happens.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume it has something to do with Shimmer, since every person who takes Shimmer gets pink eyes.
Yeah. I feel that would be very Shimmer related. You're definitely right on that.
And also, messes with their head. So yeah, seems like something that would make sense to me.
She's extremely agile, we have to say, on this as well, because the two idiots light a flare. They roll it towards a swing that just says "boom" written underneath it, and then suddenly a flash of blue braided hair, and they've got like 6 or 7 chomper grenades on them, and
yeah,
do an explosion that technically could have took out the bottom of the ship.
She sure is quick with that kind of thing.
Yes,
I mean, who knows? Maybe it's like a shaped explosive. It's designed to only it's a small explosion that just sort of propels an object in a certain way and kills a person. I mean, whatever. It's like I don't know the properties of grenades. I'm willing to accept this.
Let's just say that these firelights are a little fire lighter.
They are now fire light, as in there is nothing left of them except the light impression that they left up on the world.
Yes. So yeah, she comes out, and we have an action sequence punctuated by her just walking through dust, looking at the camera, blowing her hair out of her face, and just going, "Hi." 2 grenades, and action sequence happens from there, which is the usual that we've seen so far. Fast-paced, Jinx absolutely dodging everything, inhumanly agile, and she's not got any shimmer in her yet.
Yeah, it is kind of like, boy, where did she get all the training for this shit? Like,
yeah, because there's certainly no one that I can feel who is associated with Silco who could have taught her how to be like that.
Like Vi has the out of the fact that her father figure was Vander, who was an exceptionally gifted fighter.
Yeah,
he was very good with his fists, and so So
I guess on that same regard, is it due to the fact that Jinx was a very good gadgeteer and nimble, that's what made her, just a bit more...
I mean, that's the thing. Like, she wasn't really that, nimble. Like, I mean, the whole reason why she was like, not particular, why she had issues going on missions and stuff was because she wasn't as physically adept as her teammates.
Yeah.
So it's like she would need significant training in that area to make up for that.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm not sure where it's come from, but I guess she's, I don't know, crazy superhuman now.
Yeah. But this fight kind of stops when she knocks a mask off one of the firelights to reveal a female with pink hair. And clearly showing at this point that Jinx is still extremely mentally unstable, and this is before she is still fully Jinx. Absolutely loses control.
She is a bit of a freak out moment. She shoots the one chick in the back. So she's dead.
She dies. tattooed guy gets shot in the chest as he tries to break out. Zavika nearly ends up taking a few bullets, as does the the inspector. As there's basically virtually nowhere that hasn't been hit with bullets, save for the Firelight leader and the one guy who escapes with him.
So, can I just say that, like, out of all of the hundreds of bullets that Jinx
Mm-hmm.
fires out of her Gatling gun, like, that she, like, basically hits nobody with them, like, hardly ever. Like, she
Yeah.
hit one of her own guys once,
Mm-hmm.
and, like, that's pretty much it. Like, can I just go out on a limb and say that I actually hate, like, guns in fiction, like, just as a general rule, because no one ever does them right?
Yeah.
Like, I actually hate it when you have stories that have guns in them and they are just so ineffectual at all times. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's just like people just can't come up with interesting ways to use guns other than to either one tap the enemies that don't matter or create an entire outline around the enemies that do without ever actually hitting them.
Mm.
It's just like I just guns are
Are,
so powerful is the
are you?
problem. They're
Are you?
so insanely useful and
Mm.
powerful that they either have to be portrayed as being exactly as deadly as they are, which does reduce the amount of action spectacle that you have, or they have to be framed in a way that makes them essentially useless by just having them miss their target and be knocked out of people's hands
Mm.
constantly. At which point, it's like, why are you even using them at this point?
Well, yeah, it's fair. I mean, you run the idea of basically literal plot bullets at that point. It's like, oh, right, if
Yes.
you are the bullet that is designed to hit to move the narrative forward, you're the one. I mean, especially if I mean, I don't know if this is supposed to be an idea of sort of Jinx and her, her capabilities that she's supposed to be like when she is in control. I mean, we've already saw the powder arcade scene from Act One. I don't want to go too crazy.
Yeah,
In
she's an
control,
insanely good
she's
shot.
insane. Yeah. Yeah, she's a yeah. In control, she's an insanely good shot. Out of control, she's just insane.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that comes up. So that all happens, and Savika basically breaks out and then chews into Jinx. Where have we seen that one before? Jinx,
Uh-huh.
Jinx messes up.
Yeah,
Jinx gets chewed out.
yeah. Well,
Um, so
at least this time
that's
it's like actually her mistake. Like she actually
yeah.
fucked up, as opposed to just people not knowing how to use her,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
not keeping an eye on her, and like not actually like you know doing being a leader to her. Like
Mm-hmm.
this was actually like Jinx did a boo boo
Yeah.
for once.
Yeah. She did. So we cut from that. We head back to Jace and Victor, who is looking. Victor is certainly looking a lot worse for wear than he did
Yeah, he's
pre
definitely a
time skip.
little on the haggard side
Yeah,
of things.
but they're certainly making progress in regards to Hex Tech. Again, there's still this ongoing narrative of them, trying to help people and human evolution in terms of using technology to help people out.
Yeah, I
Um,
also like that he shows them. It's like, well, we started with these crystals here that are really unstable, and have a tendency to explode when you hit them. Uh,
yes,
Again, it's just in a box where they're not locked, they're
yeah,
not like properly secured.
and that will
Like,
be relevant later.
so like the reason there's a reason why I keep hammering this point home. It's just like these are, for all intents and purposes, magic grenades in
Hmm.
terms of how unstable and dangerous and explosive they are. That is approximately how much damage they do, is like a grenade-like explosion. But they're just holding it in an unlocked lockbox on the desk in their laboratory with all kinds of sensitive equipment and research papers that they probably don't have copies of all over
Yeah,
the place. It's just like, put that shit in a safe or something. Like,
yeah,
you wouldn't just have a bunch of grenades laying on your desktop. You would put them, I guarantee you, the military, when they are not actively using their grenades, are putting that shit in a really secure box,
yeah.
far away from most people.
They're not
you
just
know,
leaving it on the desk next to their sandwich.
and they just refuse. They absolutely refuse to keep their shit safe.
Yeah.
It's just it drives me crazy every time I see them doing a scene with Hextech magic orbs, and they're
Yeah.
just being so irresponsible with it.
I mean, don't worry, but in terms of the unrefined Hextech orbs, that's the last we see of them. To be honest, the
Yeah, they're
unrefined
gone.
ones.
They're gone
Um,
now.
so because they've managed to find a way of refining Hextech, to which they prove to Heimerdinger by Victor throwing Jace a hammer, and just whacking an anvil with it, and Heimerdinger's like, no, wait, and then it's all
And they
fine.
show us that yeah, the new Hextech orb things are perfectly stable.
Yeah.
They don't they'll shoot out a little bit of blue guff, but they don't explode anymore.
Yeah. Can it be said, by the way, I absolutely freaking love the Porofessor.
The poor yeah
Yeah, that's
the
that's
poor
his
is cute.
that's his name, the Porofessor. Um,
Uh huh.
yeah, just jumping around when he sees all the arcane sparks, and that's all great. But then we do have the cruelty to animals quota for this, by the way, is extremely high, and we start right here. So while Victor and Jace are showing off the Atlas gauntlets, which we know will be used by Vi,
Uh huh.
because that's her character, and the Hex Claw, or I've forgotten what the name of the actual claw was, which
I
will
can't
then
remember what
be
it was called. So I
which
have
will
a
then be
problem with
used by Go on.
I have a problem with this glove.
Mm.
I don't understand how Jace is able to lift a 500-pound rock with a gauntlet that only goes down to his elbow. That's not how arms work. I don't know if you've ever, Ryan. This I don't mean to be an asshole. I'm just being like a little bit of. I'm being a bit facetious when I ask you this question. Have you
Mhm.
ever lifted anything before?
Oh, I have lifted stuff before. I used to do
And
weightlifting when I was much younger, and yes, it requires effort from
and
all parts of the arm.
well, not just the arm. I would argue that your legs and back
Yes,
also do a lot of work when you
yes,
lift heavy things, especially when you lift a thing like upwards off a
hmm
ground. I would say
yeah.
that
But
most
certainly,
people would tell you that most of the effort comes from your back and your legs in that
yeah,
case.
they don't come from
Um,
5 fingers. I don't just
so like, yeah, I got a problem with the way these gloves work. They don't mechanically work the way that my brain says they should. This would be
yeah,
perfectly fine if they just made like a full exoskeleton, which I think is perfectly within reason.
yeah.
If they had that, totally fine. You lift away, man. But yeah,
But
just the glove,
yeah,
not a chance, not a
yeah.
chance.
But
But
that's
crushing
I guess
maybe.
that's yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I was actually expecting him to do, was to basically just punch it like
Yeah,
Vi
just sort
would
of like
do.
or
Yeah.
yeah, something like that.
So then that gets explained. The claw that Victor uses and will use later on, because that's his big weapon.
Yes,
Uh, he,
it's his Victor tail,
he has fun by drawing Heimerdinger's face on a piece of obsidian, which is
which
quite,
demonstrates not just insane dexterity for the robot, but also insane dexterity for Victor. Like, holy shit, uh, man, you drew that fast.
yeah. I mean, I guess to
From
be
a
fair,
distance with a tool that you can't feel in your hands.
his ongoing illness seems to be very lower body related, and well, a little bit of
Until he starts, coughing up
coughing up
blood.
blood. Yeah. But yeah, so they do all that, and that's great. I did notice that there was a very slight flaw in that hex claw, by the way. That Victor turned off his um, hex sphere, and while Jace was just throwing around his, it's his hex tech sphere that causes the laser beam to shave off the top of the Porofessor's head or hair.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I don't know whether that will come up or not. But the
They need
idea is that these hex spheres are
I feel
portable.
like these the spheres work on Bluetooth. Unfortunately, they
Mm,
just like you try to sync them with one machine, but occasionally they'll just connect to a new machine like that, and you
yeah.
just can't really
So
control
suddenly
it.
you're connected to someone else's TV, and they're wondering why Pornhub's on there.
I was like,
Anyway,
who is Ryan? What?
yeah. So that happens, and Heimerdinger's impressed. Not enough not enough that he wants it announced at this progress day, but in a decade or so.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
It's very clear that while this machinery is very revolutionary. It's not perfect.
Well, yeah, certainly one Poro would tell you that.
You know, clearly the rock, clearly the gloves need an exoskeleton because clearly you can't just lift a 500-pound rock. The only we the audience know that the only reason he was able to do this is because Jace actually superhumanly strong. The gloves were just to give him like leverage. But the claw, yeah, super dangerous. Need to get that worked out.
Yeah.
Plus, it's going to just take straight up like at least 10 years probably to mass produce this stuff in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, yeah, a decade is like not an unreasonable startup time to work out the bugs, make it perfectly safe, and develop the technology and stuff, and have it widely distributed.
It's disappointing though. It's not quick enough for Victor, and definitely not quick enough for Jace, who's
I would
who
argue it's
has
the other
this
way around.
who. Oh, I don't know. I feel Victor sort of got. Yeah, no. I guess he wants the progress, and as the
Well,
act
Victor
goes
is the
on, you
one
can
who like
see.
actually needs this shit to get out the door.
Yes, his personal motivations are clearly defined as we go on through this. For Jace, though, it makes me still not like him.
Yeah, and you know what the funny thing is I think by the end of this act, I'm actually okay with Jace, but still currently not a Jace fan as of this scene.
Fair enough.
That's actually something I should say. I actually, we're not there yet, but by the time this act ends, I'm actually okay with Jace. I think they actually did a lot of patchwork repairs for him for the most part.
Huh?
He still has some problems. He's not the best ever. He'll never
Yeah,
replace Vander in my heart. But it's a significant improvement over Act 1.
fair enough. Okay, no, that's cool. We'll see if other patches can happen as we end up back at the airship, the burnt husk of the
Yes,
airship at that point.
I guess this is the part where we get to talk about Caitlyn as a character.
Yeah, Batman, Batwoman.
No, not Batwoman. Please no. God no. Please God no.
All right, fair enough. Well, she's gone full.
It's-
She is like zoned in as an enforcer. She is there. She's on the ball. She's doing what she's doing. She's investigating this well catastrophe, this chaotic mess that she's. I would say that she's been left with, but we find out very very quickly she's just stumbled on it. Well, she's looked at it. She's not there on the books, but she's
yeah.
investigating all the stuff. These blown up barrels of shimmer, the crystals. She's taking stuff with her pilt over Polaroid that I had a discussion with Martin with, and then we're just basically going to call it the Piltoroid.
Piltoroid, indeed. Okay, so can I ask you a question about Caitlyn? See if you can maybe fill in a question I have.
Mm-hmm.
Why does she want to be an enforcer?
Oh.
I mean, this is only we're a third of the way through episode 1, and you've watched up to episode 6. Even taking all that information even taking into all the information you're gonna get for the next 2 episodes and bringing it up squarely to this moment, why does Caitlyn want to be an enforcer?
That's interesting. That's interesting because it hasn't been brought up in the episodes a little bit. I mean, there's the cold open of episode 2,
where she's
5.
already training.
Yeah, that sort of comes up, and it's actually a question that is asked by a character at that point. The only thing there isn't anything on this other than her being a bit rebellious and not wanting to be part of like the noble stature of the Kiriman family, and that's the only thing that I can see that she's got on that. And her sort of idea of wanting to defend the city, which is brought out in her League of Legends lore, her universe lore, is sort of clearly defined at that she is just
within the
episode
within Arcane the TV show.
Within Arcane the TV show, it's not defined.
Yeah, so that's the thing that I have. That's an issue that I have with Caitlyn because like she barely appeared in Act 1, but she was there.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like they just didn't take any opportunities that they had to like give us enough about Caitlyn to be like, this was the kind of person that she wanted to be.
Yeah,
like
I can see where you're coming from.
I'm not saying like characters need like a really complex specific motivation to get into the careers that they do.
But
Caitlyn could just want to be a good person and just want to help people, and that's fine. But like,
yeah,
you know,
but nothing that we were shown in Act 1
she is. Yeah, I mean,
showed
she is
that.
like. Well, it's like she is a very different person now. Like she has a totally different role in society, a totally different like you know outlook, a totally different motivation, and it's like there's no explanation of that
Mm.
shift. Like we don't get to that moment where we could have that moment where like just a couple scenes where Caitlin at school is like it's like, oh, she really wants to be active in like sports or whatever, or she's she's out running around in the mud playing with the kids when instead of staying at home, you know
Yeah.
drawing and playing music and doing like fancy high socialite stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could just give us scenes like that and be like, okay, she's like, that's just the kind of kid that she is, and she doesn't particularly like the whole aristocratic lifestyle.
Yeah. Which
Or
like I say, we kind of see in episode 5, but we don't see it here.
yeah, or you can
Or
give her
prior.
like another like an extrinsic factor where like say I don't know, she got really interested in crime and law enforcement because maybe say some undercity goons are like really their
Yeah.
their
I see.
activity is really getting up in Caitlin's business. Maybe
Mm.
some people that she care about get hurt. Maybe it's affecting her parents' income and their lifestyle, and she's just like, someone's got to do it.
I
I'm
want to
totally fine with it.
rectify this issue. Yeah.
It's just like I just found it weird that like they just gave her this really specific thing that she's completely obsessed with randomly in Act 2.
Yeah.
But we don't have any like
Sort of knowledge, like we said, nothing in Act 1
there's no trigger
suggested.
for it.
Yeah. So again, remembering on the fact that League of Legends is supposed to be a gateway to, Arcane is supposed to be a gateway to people who haven't played League of Legends.
Right.
As if we didn't know anything about League of Legends, we'd be wondering what the hell's happened between, pretty little noble Caitlyn and, badass Enforcer. Because
And I still
nothing
don't
has been.
because
Yeah.
and I still don't because you know what? Like I said, I've played this game for 10 years and I never really got into the lore, the backstory of these characters.
Let's say let's think of it this way.
I've studied upon.
Yeah, let's think of it this way. Of the two of us are here, I'm the one into the big lore and stuff like that. And yet that's a crutch for me because I know the end point of Caitlyn. It would have been just a little nicer to have had the A to get to the B.
And what you said there, this idea of where it's going, therefore it's okay for you, that is very important because that is not just important for Caitlyn. Because I think I have a hypothesis about the way the story and some of these characters are written that basically, I think that Riot is kind of like leaning on the fact a little bit that a lot of its audience does know where these characters go and does know how they end up. So I think they feel like they have the license to accelerate some characters into certain roles in society because they feel like because people already know where they're going to go, they don't have to explain it. That's just their character. Of course they would do that. I know this character. They would always do this.
Yeah.
But as I have often pointed out, you can't just do a thing because you feel like it. You got to do the steps. You got to explain how people get from point A to point B to point C to point D.
Yeah. I mean, let's just say at this point, we'll go there. Caitlyn does grow as a character from this point forward, but it would have been nicer to, like we've said, it would have been nicer to have had a better start point.
Caitlyn could have been introduced in this episode, and it wouldn't have made a difference. If we had never seen her in Act 1, I would know pretty much the same about her as I did before. She's effectively a new character.
Yeah.
And it's like, I guess she can just be a good cop, but it's also like, I don't know, it's kind of weird that it's one of those things where it's like when you have a character who has a really easy path in front of them and they choose not to take that path, you are kind of obligated as a writer to explain why they took that path as opposed to the one that was
why
in front
did
of
they
them.
take the hard way? And it's and it's understandable. We know at this point taking the hard way is a more interesting direction for a character, but give us a crumb. Give us something.
But given the fact that most humans and life in the universe tends to take the path of least resistance, it's noteworthy when people don't. So that's why we get interested in those kinds of things.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, going back to the scene here, she
Yeah.
eventually she's stooping around and she finds the dude, the tattooed guy,
Yeah.
that's had been shot and apparently left behind.
Yeah, and has not bled out.
Yeah.
We'll give
So
it this.
he's not wounded badly enough that he can't he's not wounded badly enough that is dead, but he is badly wounded enough that he can't escape.
Mm-hmm.
And none of his buddies decided to take him with her.
Yeah,
them with them.
Savika and Jinx, who we know were the notable people who were there, just left him.
Yeah, and they're like, they didn't seem like they were in a huge hurry to leave either when they did their bit.
Yeah,
you know, they were just kind of chatting and mulling things over. Meanwhile, dude's just bleeding out. Like,
yeah,
hey, pick up your guy, man.
You know, that's just sort of
then again,
it leads to this
then
sequence.
Again, you know, this is the same guy that got knocked out with one punch by a teenage girl. So maybe he's not that actually worth saving. Yeah, maybe it's okay to just leave him.
Yeah, that's be fair. So Caitlin tries and fails to get information out of him. And her interrogation doesn't last long because shitheel Marcus returns.
Yeah, boy, do I have so many things to say about Marcus. I might have more things to say about Marcus as a character in this act than any other character, and that's impressive considering how much of a nobody he was last arc.
Yeah, and so far, like I probably have to go. He's probably one of the most conflicted and conflicting characters in the entirety of the show so far. I mean,
I sure feel conflicted about him.
Yeah.
Speaking of conflict, why is he Australian, Ryan? Why is Marcus now magically Australian?
Well, I don't know. Why was Grace an Iranian? And why is Caitlin one of the only like British speaking voices, considering her mother still sounds American and her father sounds American, and why because I don't know. I guess this is why he's
it's great because
Australian. I mean, I know it's because the guy who voices him is also Australian, but you know that's still
that is an explanation. That is an explanation as to why he is Australian. The problem with that is that in Act 1, Australian man, whatever his name was,
Marcus.
No, the voice actor.
Vander's.
He was doing an American accent the whole time.
I don't know. I definitely heard a definite Australian twang with "I'll bury the lot of you."
No, that was very American. The way he put it. I'm gonna bury the lot of you. And it's like that was absolutely, and maybe that's why he sounded not great in the Act 1 because
maybe
he was not doing his native accent.
Yeah,
didn't know how to do the inflections quite right.
Maybe
But now he's just given up completely. So
he's here. He's 100% Australian, and he's chewing the shit out of Caitlin. There's a lot of like chewing the shit out of people for doing X and Y actions in the show. I guess.
Yeah, and most of the time it doesn't make sense.
I mean, this one is because Caitlin, is for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, is sneaking off and doing things. I mean, later on we do find out that she's basically been looking at what's called the big conspiracy for time.
City, yeah.
So you know that sort of happens. But basically, her diligence in trying to find out what's happening with Tattooed Man and the incident on the airship with the firelights, she's rewarded by having graveyard duty. So Marcus is still confirming my idea that I don't like him.
Yeah, well, I don't care like how I feel like emotionally about him as a person. Like I mean, like
I said, so. Bad
character, villainous characters or evil characters could be fantastic characters. It's about how they're written, and Marcus. We have a lot more to talk about Marcus.
I'm still saying that. Yeah, I'm still saying that at the very minimum, his motivations for doing any sort of actions that he's doing seem to be very, very conflicted. As parts come through.
Mostly by the way, by what he is, honestly.
Yeah,
the
major question about this is
because there's so much more. It's like like there's way more to go off of later on that we can get
Mm.
into in more specific detail. But even we'll just take this scene for example. It's just like, here she is, Caitlin, trying to uncover this conspiracy, and I understand why Marcus is upset that she's, interfering with an
Yeah,
investigation
I
that
mean,
she's
it's then
not
sort of. I think
assigned
even later
to.
on this episode, there's the reason why he wants to keep Caitlin away from it.
Yeah, it's just like I feel weird. It seems weird to me that like Caitlyn. I mean, I guess Marcus has a reason not wanting her involved or
Mm.
not wanting to solve the case, but like I feel like the enforcers as a general body. I don't know why Caitlyn is like just not like sharing any of her resources or any of the information that she gets on this with them. It
Mm.
seems like she's like conducting an independent study.
Oh
To
yeah.
bring
Oh,
that back
hi,
from Act
Jace.
One, on this whole issue,
Mm.
and it's just like I feel like no one is going to be hurt by her sharing this information, even if they completely disagree with her.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
maybe
what's the
someone
worst that happens?
will.
Marcus takes it, warns other people. Well, okay, you know what? Screw it. He warns Silco, and nothing changes. But
It's just like I feel like Caitlyn is behaving in a way. It's like I feel like it's a coincidence that things work out this way, right?
Mm.
Like, yes, like what you just pointed out. If she had, if she made a point of her being like totally on Silco's ass and be like one step away from uncovering him, then yes, the whole conspiracy unravels and fucking
Mm.
Marcus can warn Silco and then he takes actions. And that's bad for the characters, but but the fact that she is not doing that is not because of the fact that she knows that doing so would be bad. She's doing
Mm.
it out of stubbornness. It is a coincidence that she is helping herself accidentally by not telling Marcus about what she knows.
Yeah.
And we're going back to the thing of like things coincidentally lining up in ways that work out for the story. Are things I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's a whole big mess.
No, I can get what you mean on that. Like I say, it's sort of in terms of it. Yeah, it's sort of like again. This comes from if we had a bit more information from through if we as an audience had enough information about why Caitlyn was doing what she was doing in the first place and not finding out until halfway point, 2/3 point of the episode with an offhand discussion with Jace, I would have sort of, had her motivations down a little bit more. But some motivations of characters you're just jumping in seems to be just a thing anyway. So, yeah, graveyard shift there for Caitlyn, and then we now move back to Zorn now, as it is pretty much named, even though Piltover is still
Listen,
calling it the
even
Undersea.
the Netflix previews have been calling it Zon since episode 1. Like, there's
Yeah.
literally no. It is a 4-letter word. It's one syllable. It is the easiest way to describe the Undercity, the lanes, the
Yeah.
whatever. It's Zon. It's just Zon.
Yeah. But we get a look at time skip Zorn through this banging musical interlude that we've got, which is the song "Dirty Little Animals" by a industrial rock group called Bones UK, and I kind of like it. I'm not too sure about the freeze frames of seeing some of the Chem Barons just in Zorn before Savika walks into the last drop just as the beat drops for the song. Even if I do see a flying Poro go up in the area, but yeah, this is the different Zorn to the Zorn X years ago. From that now,
Yeah,
Chemtech and
well,
Shimmer is in full swing.
yeah,
In
well,
regards
now
to
that
this,
Vander's influence is gone and Silco has effectively taken over the place,
yeah, which
it's
was
become a lot
warned by
more.
Grayson.
The Undercity has become even more Undercity-ish.
Yes.
So.
Oh yeah, drugs are rife, and a lot more, lot more rife nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the last drop has now basically become a nightclub instead of just a bar, and Savika ends up to the manager's office not before stealing some poor sap's drink. As she ends up there, and Yeah, immediately goes into snitch mode with Silco and just who's
I mean,
still
I
here,
would call it a report myself. If I
I
was
guess.
in charge of a major operation and something went wrong, I would just call it a report and be like,
Hmm.
yes, this one specific person fucked everything. So,
Yeah, and she
uh,
does, and
and
Silco.
now, and to be fair, it was still obviously things were a bust.
Mm,
Uh, Once the fire lights showed up or whatever,
yeah.
she just she just made it worse. She basically Jinx is like she was in a position that she could have saved things and brought things back, and she
Hmm.
just kind of she
Lost
went a little
control.
crazy and
Yeah.
overcorrected, and ended up causing more damage than they were originally going to solve in the first place.
Yeah. So, so Zavika gives that report, and Silco basically goes, "You fucked up as well." You know, it's
Yeah.
just it's going to happen. Dismissed. Don't fuck up next time.
Mm-hmm.
And Savika is not happy with that report because she, like we said, she's
I mean, I'm
adamant on
not
the
really
idea that
sure
it was
what
one person's
I'm
fault.
not I'm not really sure what Savika could have done differently.
Eh?
It's like she could have brought more people, I
Mm,
guess, to defend against the firelights, but like
yeah.
generally speaking, she was ambushed, and it's kind of like not really her fault.
Mm. But I have to say this theme of protection though, that this idea of Jinx being protected yet again, in the same, even though there's something has happened with her, it's happening with Silco now. It happened with Vi in Act 1. So it's still there. The consistent bit on that is that Jinx is still being protected while still being criticized for stuff that she clearly did. I mean, Silco does, you know,
Sorry, I'm just
tell her
walking
that it's all
casually.
yeah. So Silco does tell her that she, you know, the mistake has been made, the operation has been set back,
Hmm.
and that's going up. But what Silco has also asked is basically what happened. That's the difference between sort of Savika chewing her out and Silco providing a bit of stuff as this new surrogate father figure that oh this weird relationship dynamic. We're supposed to believe it is this that Silco has taken on the Vanda figure, but there's
Yeah.
definitely this Joker Harley Quinn relationship that's going on. Let's be honest on this. Jinx is
We also really
Riot's
need to be
Harley Quinn.
we also really need to be careful about the implications that we make
Hmm.
when we say things like that,
That's
because
why I'm trying to be a
Jinx is
bit more
like
vague.
at most 16, 17 in
Yeah,
this. So it's
yeah.
like so when we say things like Joker, Harley Quinn, all right,
I,
chill
I,
out.
I, I know that's about as much as I'm going to get, but there's clear that this dependence on each other, I guess. Well, while that's still coming up, and it's hard to say, and I have to say it though.
And
It's what I saw. It's what's come up, and it makes me feel there's bits that made me feel uncomfortable through that, even though I can understand what the intent was supposed to be.
and here's the thing and this is something I'm not particularly crazy about as far as Silco's characterization goes.
Hmm.
I feel like there's an opportunity here for a much more interesting villain to take Silco's place, or for Silco to become,
Hmm.
because he has this relationship with I literally almost called her Harley Quinn with Jinx,
Yeah.
where it's sort of this like it's sort of like this like faux parental type of relationship where he's like he is her boss, but he's also like kind of trying to like be on her side and try to make her feel better about herself and things like that. Like he's has this sort of like show of a paternal ship. I don't know what the word for that is.
Just a paternal figure.
Paternity
Yeah, pretend.
with uh with Jinx, and it's
Hmm.
like what would be way more interesting would be if Silco were to extend that type of relationship to everybody he worked with. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because if you have a character who is clearly a villain, like he pursues villainous goals that bring people in harm's way and are dastardly in nature,
Yeah, with his
but
idealism or not, he's still doing the villainous thing.
but but you sprinkle in a little spice of like he is the kind of person who has a sort of charisma to make people want to follow him of their own accord.
Mm-hmm.
You know, show him as this person who's not just, an abusive boss who controls people out of fear and intimidation, but rather as somebody who genuinely inspires loyalty in his subjects by, trying to see from their point of view and try to like to reward their loyalty with his loyalty, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I
to
don't know if
be a
you've
bit
ever
more
watched.
pragmatic
Yeah,
as a leader
yeah.
rather than
Rather than just telling Savike to go fuck yourself, essentially, he could be like, you make a point. The firelights are an issue. I've been
a
too
bit of a
soft on
thorn in
them
our
for too
side.
long.
Yeah.
I'll be sure that more men are posted with you on your next mission, so that it won't happen again. Things like that.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know. Have you ever seen Breaking Bad? You ever watched this show?
I haven't, I'm afraid. I sort of this that was that particular zeitgeist wasn't
Okay,
there with me.
so in that show, um, for I can't remember the exact like time period, but for about 2 seasons or so, the main villain of that show was a character called Gus Fring, Gustavo Fring.
Yes,
Um,
played by I've forgotten his name.
uh,
Giancarlo.
Giancarlo Esposito. That's it.
Yeah,
Or Esposito. I don't know how to pronounce it.
who's also like he had a big prominent role in The Mandalorian, and is currently
Yes.
the main villain in the most recent Far Cry game.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make with him is
Hmm.
he is a very interesting character because he is, on one hand, an extremely ruthless, cold blooded drug baron who
Yeah.
will not hesitate to remove people that are in his way. He will stop at nothing to create his meth empire that spans the entirety of the Southwest of America.
Hmm.
But on the other hand, he has this other side to him that's interesting, where he is almost sympathetic towards certain people that he works with. You know,
Right.
like his right hand man is a character called Mike Airman Trout. He's like his enforcer.
Hmm.
Um, and he has a relationship with Mike that's very interesting because he recognizes that Mike is he's a former cop. He recognizes that Mike has an extremely useful set of skills. He's very competent at what he does, but he's very pragmatic.
Hmm.
And he rewards Mike and other people like Mike with, very, I would generously, almost, borderline kindly in a way, where he essentially makes the agreement of like, you work for me, you do as I say, you help me run my empire, and I'll make sure that you and your family that you want for nothing, I'll pay for your entire child's college tuition. I'll make sure that, if anything were to happen to you, that your money becomes her money, and that, everything that you are worried about, everything that you want is yours. And it's not like a evil genie kind of thing. Like he really does, like you get the impression that he actually does to an extent care about the people who work for him.
Hmm.
Um, and he's very picky about the people that he relies on. Like he has no problem just throwing away like the lower tier employees or subordinates that are just shit and not doing their job. But as far as like the top end people that he actually like really depends on, he treats very differently, and he treats, like I say, it's almost bordering on kindness, and
Hmm.
it's very interesting to see that kind of villain who has that dichotomy of being super ruthless and cold blooded and evil on one side, but also like, oh, has a strong emotional side and knows how to build actual relationships with the people that he's working with. And I feel like something like that would have been an interesting angle to take with Silco, not just because it's a good way to write a villain, but also because it would create a sort of contrast of against Vander,
Hmm.
where he could essentially be like the anti-Vander, whereas Vander is sort of a benevolent type of character who wants peace, he wants prosperity, he wants people to be safe, he wants people to do well, he doesn't want violence, he doesn't want war with the upper world. He has that paternal side to him.
Yeah.
Um, but then you have Silco on the other side, who can also present a sort of like, hey, I'm on your side. I'm looking out after you. I'm invested in your interests, and I want you to succeed. But he can still pursue those sort of villainous goals of conquering, wanting to conquer Piltover and create Zon as its own independent nation. He can
Yeah.
pursue those goals and present it in a way that is, you know, framed as like it's like you want this too, I want this, we can do this together. We're a family. We can make this happen. I feel like they'd just be more interesting.
Mm.
You yeah, I feel like you just do a lot more with that. But the fact that he's only like that with one person and everyone else he just treats like a typical movie villain.
Level
It's
of
just kind of like,
disdain and villainy and intimidation
yeah,
and
it's just like it's a problem because it's just a missed opportunity, but it's also a problem because leaders can only continue to be leaders for as long as they are either to intimidate people beneath them to continue working for them, or as long as they are continue to inspire genuine forms of respect or affection for you. Because if anyone ever gets to a point where they just can't deal with your shit anymore because they think that you're just a bad leader and
it all
not
falls
interested in
down.
them, they eventually give up and they will just betray you.
Yeah.
So you need to either be able to scare them into never doing that, or you need to actually give them reasons to want to follow you. And he's not really doing either of those things very well.
Yeah. And I guess that's going to end up leading to the downfall that will inevitably happen throughout this. So yeah, I can see where that is, and it's going to show over the next couple of episodes about I guess the sort of loss of control that Silco will end up having as we go on through this. Um, Jinx is broken.
Yeah, she sure is. And
My
it's a
God,
real shame.
let's add psychosis to the list of mental health conditions that Jinx has through this, as
Well,
she's effectively talking to herself on a propeller.
yeah, psychosis is more of a state than a condition.
Mm,
Uh, you know, conditions bring on psychosis. Um, I would I would think that technically she would qualify as schizophrenic
mm,
is the word, because schizophrenia is characterized as relapse, consistent lapses into psychosis.
of which the
Uh,
sort of the voices and
Visions and just
visions and
generally
all that.
fucked up mental state.
Yeah. I mean, let's think of it this way: she's not dealing with it well. She's made puppets of Clagger and Milo. Milo's looks a lot more creepily realistic than Clagger's does. I mean, she got the goggles right, but you know,
Yeah, I have
and
I don't know how to deal with Jinx. Also, I think we might have jumped ahead. I think yeah, we jumped ahead of Seed. We can go back because we're already into this.
yeah,
We'll just jump back, but we'll just. I have prob. I feel like this sucks because I have to go on another big old rant after I just finished my 20-minute fucking Breaking Bad segue.
okay.
Um, I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm ruining your video. I don't know how I feel about this about Jinx being the way she is. Like, I understand that Jinx is supposed to be a crazy person. Like, that's her whole thing. That's what Jinx is in League of Legends.
Hmm.
She is crazy. But it's like, I don't like how we've gotten here. I don't like that Jinx is such a different person now after this time gap. The entirety of the change in her character takes place off screen. Like, we don't see how this actually, like, rolled out. We just go, well, she had a really traumatic incident as a child. Now she's just crazy. Like,
Yeah, well, one could argue that the entirety of Act One was pretty traumatic for her, but I can
It's
see
just
sort of
like,
the escalation has gone up.
yeah, well, that's the problem though. Like, I don't know why. It's like, if if that one incident was so bad that it just broke her right then like we needed to see that happen at the time. Like, we needed
Mm,
to see her break at that moment. But like, when she's hugging Silco, I mean, she's crying, she's sad, but she's not like crazy. Like, she's not like losing her shit. Like, she seems just like an upset person would normally be
mm,
after losing her family like that. And I would be it just I just feel like it's just not. I just don't know how she got here. Is the problem? I don't know how she got to be crazy. Like, I understand that it is a fact that childhood trauma can be a factor
mm,
in schizophrenic development, but it's not the only thing. In fact, most high quality science and research into the topic suggests that most often there are genetic factors that lead into these incidents.
mm.
Like, the majority of people who develop schizophrenia do so because they have like like they have dysfunctional genes. They're developmentally challenged. Like, they're like there's something like physically wrong with them. So it's like it's very unusual for a healthy normal person to become schizophrenic without like repeated continuous psychological abuse and trauma. An
Mm.
isolated incident like that, as bad as it is, without further environmental agitation, is very unlikely to produce the kind of person that Jinx is. And even going beyond that, even going beyond just the science of it just feels weird that she's so different from what she was when we last saw her. Everything that we saw about it indicated to me that she would be, maybe a little different, maybe a little bit more evil, but not like, you know, off her rocker kind of thing. I would have thought that she would just be like, be a somewhat villainous sort of punk who just is loyal to Silco now, rather than
Be an
like,
anarchist,
yeah, that kind of thing.
which is like the original characterization of Jinx in the first place.
Like, if you wanted to make it a thing, like, maybe part of her coping mechanism is that she, gets a little bit into the the goo juice. What's it called? The shimmer,
Shimmer,
and
yeah,
that kind of like destabilizes her over time, because we see evidence that affects people's mental health quite
yeah.
drastically.
Where we
Then, like,
start.
yeah, I would be okay with that.
Yeah.
It's like, I just feel like the pieces don't add up, and I feel like this is one of those instances where, like we were talking about before, or I was talking about before, where the developers of Riot said, Jinx is a crazy person. Everyone knows that Jinx is a crazy person. If we just jump to the part where Jinx is a crazy person, no one will ask questions, because, of course, that's her character.
Mm.
But
So if we jump into Caitlyn with her sniper rifle, we know what's going on.
yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, we're just jumping to the part where where it's things that we know. I know
Mm-hmm.
that Jinx is crazy, therefore we don't have to explain it. But it's like, as far as Arcane is concerned, Jinx shouldn't be like this. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. We'll see how the development goes on that one. Right, the scene that we missed, by the way, which was that?
Yes.
Because I've got a different order on my notes here.
Okay, so right after the debriefing scene with Silco, before the lab scene, we have what is this? I guess Jace is hanging out at a party with
Yeah, the Progress Day party
Smoke, the
with
Progress Day.
Mel and
Yeah,
the council members.
yeah,
Just getting
they're just kind of. It's a kind of a minor scene, so I totally
yeah,
understand. I don't think there's really a whole lot going on here, except that Jace basically says like, "Yeah, Heimerdinger thinks that we shouldn't be jumping into this just yet," and Mel says, "Ah,
screw
go
him.
for it."
Yeah.
Mel is continuing to be a really bad influence on Jace.
Yes. For still reasons that are not clear.
again, it's like I guess she's just trying. I guess she just wants either like money or prestige.
Mm.
She just wants to be associated with whatever Jace is doing. I
Yeah.
feel like, and a later scene in a later episode would tell you that she has a different motivation for wanting to be around Jace, but we can get into
Mm-hmm.
that when we get
Let's think
there.
of it. Let's think of it this
But
way: the hex core gets truly added. Anyway, yeah. So that's sort of going. We've had the Jinx thing. Now I believe we actually get to the presentation itself, where Jace is
yes,
in the back trying to sort himself out, and Victor is just waiting for him, which does lead me to one of the lines. I seem to like just doing choice lines from Victor, which was "Oh, you're finally here." Um, yeah, I was actually asked if I wanted to take your place, or something along those lines. I was paraphrasing, but just that like little jokey Victor sort
oh
of
yeah,
sort of
yeah. It's
line.
just like, yeah, there was like you're late. They were about to tell me. They were asking me if I could take your place or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and actually, like, this is actually a good scene for Victor and Jace.
Mm.
I like that Jace is like, hey, I mean, there's no reason for you to play second fiddle here. You're my partner. We did
Yeah.
this together. Come on up. Go do the speech. He's like, oh no, no, I'm not a public speaking kind of guy. So I'm like,
It's like,
hey,
oh,
hey,
just
Jace
come on.
points. Good look at this guy. He's being like a real friend guy.
If this
Not
was a Telltale game, it would say Victor will remember this.
yeah, exactly. So there,
um,
this is like that's probably like one of the first like things that Jace does that I'm like, hey, you know what? Good job, Jace.
yeah, and then he immediately bottles it.
Well, you say that, but it's like I'm actually, as much as this like obviously
Is
this screws over Victor because Victor has his motivation.
is this more
Um,
Jace points at this point
this
then,
is
or
I actually consider this to be more Jace points, and there's a reason for it.
okay, go for it.
So basically, Jace is here giving his speech, and he's supposed to him and Victor are supposed to unveil, his new refined
Reader.
hex core technology or
Yeah,
whatever. But at the last minute, he decides not to because I guess he realizes like, maybe Heimerdinger's got a point. Maybe the 300-year-old creator of Piltover has an idea of how science works, and
yeah.
maybe it would be best and safest to dial it back before something awful happens.
Mm.
So I'm actually okay with his decision to finally like listen to people who are smarter than him
Yeah,
for the first time in the show.
I guess yeah. So he does that at the cost of Mel and her like associate or whatever assistant, who just like he's like, oh yeah, well we'll tell you in due time, but I am looking to help. Don't forget, the future will be
Yeah,
bright. Immediate fireworks, and then
yeah,
yeah,
and the thing is, it's like first of all, I don't care if he upset Mel because I don't like Mel. And he upsets Victor, but he also doesn't know Victor's condition. He immediately
yeah,
becomes sympathetic to Victor the moment he finds out what's going on, and that's
yeah.
again more good things with Jace.
He's not
But he doesn't know
completely
that
blind to what's going on.
right now he's just being a very reasonable and pragmatic person, which he has not been
Up
thus
to that
far.
point,
You could argue
yeah.
it's actually a contradiction of his character establishment, but it's a positive contradiction, so I'm willing to accept it.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. You know what? I'll concede to that point. Um, but yeah, that speech happens. Mel fucks off, and we then end up outside, where my God, Caitlin. According to this group of for the graveyard shift, Caitlin is the non-smoker of this group of layabout guard duty um, uh, platoon.
Enforcers,
Yeah, of
yeah.
enforcers. Basically the old classic. These are the other guys to Caitlyn at this point. Just like they're all chummy with each other, and Caitlyn, oh look at you, hoity-toity noble, blah blah blah. Why are you down here? Why are you slumming it here with us?
Which it'd be nice if like people ask her that question like 3, 4, 5 times in this series. It'd be great if she answered like
She didn't
once.
answer actually. Yeah, that's the thing. She just sort of
Yeah.
went, ah,
Every time someone asks her why she wants to be enforcer, the show just cuts away from it. It's just like fucking, this is her whole motivation. Please give us like
Is
one
there
sentence.
going to be something? I mean, as far as I'm
One
aware
sentence.
on
That's
this,
all
her
we need.
father's still alive, so it's not like the death of her father to like a Zornite.
I mean, you made the Batman joke earlier, but like, I would rather just a copy, carbon copy Batman's origin story than nothing.
Yeah,
You know,
no. But
it's like, yeah, hey, my cousin, I don't know, got shot in the underground, and I really liked him, and now I'm just,
I just want to make sure it doesn't happen
want to
again.
solve crime.
Yeah,
I want to take an active role in protecting my city from Baddens.
yeah. Because currently at the moment, all I've got here is to spite mum. That's
Despite mom, yeah.
yeah, to spite mum and dad, I guess. Even though he hasn't had many lines since, it's apparently clear that they're still both there. What Caitlin does notice, though, rather than answering the question about why she's an enforcer, is proceeds to enforce, because she notices a fire.
Fire. Yep. There's a big
Um,
old fire in a nearby
yeah,
building.
yeah. They all run to it. Piltover has a fire brigade. I mean, it's good to know they have fire extinguishers.
Good for them, man.
Which is all good. It's the city of progress. What the enforcers don't have is level heads, because they immediately fall for a jinx trap. Help! Help! Everything's burning.
Yeah.
I did it
Jinx is,
accidentally. Totally not on purpose. By the way, I brought all this dynamite. Goodbye.
and then it's just a trap. Jinx blew up a bunch of people, blows up the building, and 6 enforcers. This is the second time in this series that Caitlyn has almost exploded.
Yeah. Yes. Oh God. Yeah.
Uh,
Just chalk that up. Ding.
Yep. It's she survives. But she gets a bit.
She could have a volcano dropped on her, and she'd just come out just slightly scratched.
Yeah, it is kind of like, it's kind of a miracle. Like, she was like right. Also, I think I wrote a bit. It's like she said something like get out now, and then the enforcers proceed to not get out now.
Yeah.
They just kind of stand there for a few extra seconds, and then the thing goes off.
Mm. Oh yeah,
So good for them.
the second use of the Jinx calling card of the monkey on that. This one's significantly bigger than the one that was on the underside of the ship, which makes me wonder if maybe Piltover needs to invest in blacklight, just just to deal with the clear neon calling cards that Jinx has. I mean, they've got flashlights, and dear God, they've got flashlights and spotlights. But yeah, maybe a little bit of UV, and they have to sell themselves a little bit more.
Yeah. Get out now. Proceeds to not get out now. So right before, right after Caitlyn gets exploded, right before she passes out, she sees Jinx running into I guess like the academy or whatever.
Yeah.
Caitlyn has apparently zoom and enhance vision, because she sees just a little blue-haired person hundreds of feet away from her, and then we get a zoom in of like highly detailed. It's like, oh look, there's Jinx, and then she passes out.
Absolutely,
this is while she's
no doubt
concussed, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, and then she slowly passes out. I wouldn't say, because her head doesn't just go boom. She just like, let me just get my hand here. There we are. Let's just get the elbow and rest. So yeah.
So Jinx manages to sneak into a building that Victor and Jace failed to stealth their way through in the previous episode. Despite the fact that the building would now be certainly on high alert, with there having been an explosion not 300 feet away from them.
Yeah, earlier on that same day.
And she manages to steal something that she wouldn't have been able to steal if Jace and Victor had just put their fucking shit in a vault.
Yep, the enhanced hex gems are gone, and Jace's recipe book as well has gone. His shopkeeper's book, so it disappeared as well. Because they mentioned they took half the notes or stuff like that, and we'll all know they were Jace's. Because I bet he's still fucking signed them Jace Tallis on every single page.
Jace Tallis.
Dr. Jace Tallis, Dr. Jace Tallis, Jace, tell
Is
us.
he a doctor? Is
I
he a
don't
doctor?
know. Well, I guess
Professor?
if we go for like university stuff, he would technically, but I guess that's different for the land of Runeterra and the continent of Valoran. Yeah, that's all stolen. Shit's gone south. Marcus has been brought in as well to discuss next steps. Those next steps are put an 8th seat on the 7-seat council.
Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, anything is possible, right?
Mm.
So basically, so there's a bunch of weird shit that happens in this scene.
Mm.
First of all, Jace is actually still doing a pretty good job for the most part.
Yeah.
He says like, yeah, okay, so these people just stole a really powerful, basically like infinite power battery.
Let's lock our shit down to make sure they don't get anything.
Yeah, we need to like tighten this shit up. We've been a little bit reckless and this shit's just kind of been out in the open for a while. And
Mm-hmm.
if they get more of this, like we could have like a serious problem. They could like actually go to war and have like super powerful weapons. So we need to bring this stuff down. But I'm not sure. But he also suggests that they turn down the warp gates, which I'm not really sure that like out of all the technologies, out of all the things that he's suggesting, I feel like that's like the one thing they could probably afford to leave open.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, that'd be a thing.
It's
Certainly,
like just put up a lot of guards, and like basically he says like we need to stop doing research. We need to stop. We need to
basically
slow down.
anything involving hex tech, moratorium on it. Stop and suspend for this, until we
He's
can.
Basically saying we need to stop making new stuff until we've like get a better handle on things.
Mm.
But then he's like, so we gotta shut down the hex tech gates too. I'm like, you could probably leave those on.
Yeah, to which the bald-headed council member, the bearded one, who's still not solved that puzzle box after so many years. It's basically just become a fidget. It's just basically become a fidget spinner for him now. He talks about wanting to import his famous wine to Noxus. To the point where he questions him, "How do you feel if I tell them that their wine has now become vinegar?"
Yeah, and this is kind of an interesting. This is why this is a problem, because so Jace gets elevated to being a member of the council by the end of this scene. He gets voted in as the 8th member of the council, but this happens after he has said that he plans on shutting down the Hextech gates. Afterwards, and he's still elected to the seat, even though it pissed everybody off. Probably Heimerdinger's like the only person who's on his side in this,
and Mel at this point, because of the reasons that she wants to manipulate this whole thing, and I guess that's sort of where it goes.
But they still put him on the council, so I'm just like, why did they elect him if they hate everything about his plans? And also, is it even up to Jace to turn off the Hextech gate? Like, I know it's his technology, but like, if you install security cameras in the White House, you can't just go in and be like, yeah, I want these cameras back. I need to, they're bad. They're bad juju. I need to take them back. It's like, no, you need to ask the president to get those fucking cameras back. Like, it's not his stuff anymore. He sold it to the state.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's not like he still has creative control, is it? It's just,
Yeah, so it's like he doesn't even have the actual authority to exact on turning off the Hextech gate stuff in the first place. So they can literally just say no. So by putting him on the council, they're only giving him an extension of authority to potentially be in a position that he could actually turn off the Hextech gates.
Yeah.
So why would they? I don't understand why they would do that. It's like they do it because they want him to have more resources to more safely develop Hextech and to perform an investigation on where the cores went, I guess.
Yeah.
Ostensibly that's the reason why they do it, but they already know what he plans on doing with the gates. So
yeah, and it doesn't last too long anyway. To be fair, by Act 2, it's all So all sort of sorted, and we'll get to that point. So this, how are you on the idea of basically having your own theme music being played while you're working on your gadgetry?
It's fine. It's a cute Easter egg. I'm not like it's like whatever.
Yeah. So
Like I
yeah,
feel like if they're gonna play any music, they might as well play that. But it's like, yeah, it's like again, it's just like these are little Easter eggs for the people who play the game and are
that
fans of the
yeah,
series. It's fine.
that's true. Yeah, so we're back down. We're back down in Jinx's lab? Question mark.
I'd call it a workshop at
Workshop.
most.
Yeah, that'd probably be workshop? Question mark. So she
Lair.
yeah, so she's playing. She's getting on with her stuff while Get Jinxed is playing in the background, and the good old furious Silco not being able to be furious with Jinx over her music. Is just there, but eventually decides to pull an opposite Fonz. Yeah, he hits the record player and the music stops playing, uh, which is successful. And now he chews her out.
Yes. So let's talk about this. This is the first thing that we need to. This is the first time we get to talk about something that ties directly into Act 1.
Mm.
That might not be actually true. I've probably done that before. I like lying. It's fun.
Oh, don't worry. There's a lot of liars in Arcane.
But this is probably really important because, like, so at the end of Act 3, or we keep getting the words
the end of
act and
episode 3.
confused. Yeah, the episode 3. They're basically in a situation where they're about to. It's heavily suggested that there's going to be a war between Zahn and Piltover because of Silco's manipulations and his plans.
Mm-hmm.
He has facilitated the execution of Grayson, who was the sheriff of the Enforcers. Just on top of the fact that, in general, things are getting pretty dire. Jace's apartment got broken into and exploded.
Manipulates the death of Vanda as well, and
yeah. So, like, at this point, they're thinking there's gonna be a war.
Yeah.
And this is Silco's plan. He explicitly wants this to happen.
Yeah. He doesn't want them. It's weird because of the way that, like, his motivation was there, and we don't want to. We don't want to just fight them. We just want to scare them a little bit. He's clearly he wants to make Zorn independent from Piltover, but he's got to feel that he's got to show this balanced strength of force in order to make them think about it. That doesn't result in what happened at the beginning of the series. Yeah,
and it's like, and so but like the conditions that would have resulted in the conflict between Zahn and Piltover are not resolved by the end of Act 1. All of the things that were put in place to cause that war to happen are still in place at the end of the episode.
Yeah. So
the only difference is a lot of Silco's resources have been destroyed, so he has less resources to conduct this war that is still going to happen with. And then, not only does the war not happen...
It's like a Cold War, isn't it, really?
Yeah, like there's no... Like, the conflict just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Essentially. And on top of that, now we have this incident where Jinx has killed 6 Enforcers, and Silco's apparently really upset about that, even though this is exactly what he wanted in the first place.
Yeah, which is just mad. Let's get to it. He's absolutely livid and outraged until Jinx goes, "Hello, magical MacGuffin," and
but that's still a problem, right? Like, why is he so upset? Like, why is he so mad? What did Jinx do wrong? What did Jinx do that is counterintuitive to Silco's plans?
It's a good question.
That is a good question, and I'm looking for an answer.
Well, yeah, I guess. This says to me sort of like
he executed the sheriff of the Enforcers.
Yeah,
in cold blood.
Could this clearly just be that he didn't get to do it on his own terms? That this wasn't an authorized step of the plan, the big encompassing big conspiracy, as Caitlin calls it.
I guess, but like if that's all you're upset about, it's like I don't know.
That being said, I feel
conversation with Jinx is just like, hey, by the way, like don't kill the Enforcers.
Yeah, could you just not blow up an adjacent building to the academy with 25 grenades and kill six enforcers on there. I mean, yeah, no, and yeah, I guess of all the things for him to be angry about, and let's be honest, the stuff that happens later on in the act that he's a lot more angry about. But I guess I feel the theme of this act though is control and the lack of it, or sort of how a lot of the characters are just not in control of what's going on. Silco at this point is not in control. He's lost control, or he's losing control of Jinx. It can be argued to say whether he had control in the first place.
Wouldn't that be nice if we had got to explore that story of her, of him, doing a villain and doing a manipulation and exerting some kind of control over her.
But now I get the feeling at that point, it's like, say, I don't know what theme. I guess Act 1's theme would have been responsibility. Act 2 is control.
Yeah, if you want to call it that.
Yeah,
sure. Themes are great. Themes are great as long as the writing supports it.
Yeah, that's what my little dumb head is thinking, and that's where sort of coming on in regards to that. But yeah, Silco still angry man, and then he becomes not angry man again. For that, so Caitlyn, and a consistent conspiracy weaving web.
Yeah.
Her get well soon messages and stuff, and considering she got hit with about 10 tons of masonry, a cut on the eye and a cut on the arm. She's not done bad for herself. Very resilient. I mean, to be fair, she got hit with the blowback of 10 tons of masonry. I don't think she actually got hit with the masonry itself. But yeah.
Yeah, so she looks pretty good for someone who's been hit with a bomb.
Yeah.
But, I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah. So Jace, arrives to her now and is talking about his big counselly plans. To which Caitlyn's like, "When did they make you a counselor?" And he's basically like, "Today." It's like you said. Oh no, that was it. It's basically you're speaking awfully like a counselor, and it's like, well, that's because I am one. That's basically it's like, yeah. It's a hot fuzz moment. It's like, why are you dressed like a police officer? Because I am one.
Yeah.
So that comes up. Caitlyn's very excited about this. The crack in the conspiracy. She's basically stated that the Jinx attack on the academy has been an overstep compared to all the crimes happening close to the borders of Zorn and the heist recently. It's all been based on those interests. This is the first time that an attack has happened that has directly affected Piltover itself. And that's where that sort of comes to it. And she's like, oh yeah, that's great. That's would be great. And if I can just work on the case, and Jace is like, sorry, no, you can't. I've got a job offer for you to be my head of security. And she's like, well, that's ceremonial. That doesn't do shit. I want to be out on the streets doing this. I'm an enforcer. And he's like, actually, no.
This would be great. Yeah, this would be a lot more meaningful if we knew why she wanted to be out on the streets so much and why she cared so much about being like a hands-on type of police officer as opposed to, just being all held up all ceremonially and stuff.
Yeah.
But as it is, it's just like I guess she's just a tomboy or whatever, and that's just her character. So it's like, I guess it follows through, but I just don't know what it's following through on.
Yeah.
And she says that she has a job already, and Jace clarifies that she doesn't because apparently she's been let go.
Yeah.
Or at the very least given time off. I'm not sure what it is, but he basically says that Marcus says like, yeah, you don't have a job anymore.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, Jace is just basically like, now your mum's basically went after being blown up for the second time. No, that's it now. Enough's enough. Does that stop Caitlyn? No. Does it? Hell is like.
And it is a little bit like, I don't know, It is a little bit like snobbish, where Caitlyn's like, well, I don't have a job anymore, and you're offering me a job, so like, that's great and all.
I don't
Uh,
want your charity.
yeah, it's like, yeah. Again, it's like we could, if we had done a little bit more work to establish why these characters got to where they are and how they feel about certain things and why they
Mm,
feel the way about things, then maybe I could be like, I totally understand why Caitlyn wouldn't say that or do that. I understand why
yeah,
Jace would do this and say this. But as it is, it's just kind of like, I
this is
guess
still
I'll just
the
take it for granted that this is just how these people are.
yeah. I feel at this point it'd be hard to sort of question stuff that happen that happens with Caitlyn, especially through like the next half of an episode or the next like episode or so, without just coming back to the idea of, well, if she was characterized beforehand, then such. So we're just at that point. Jace has had his roller coaster moments, I guess, and we've got the Jinx and the Silco stuff that's sort of going on. We've still got like a major character we haven't actually seen for the entirety of this episode yet, and we'll get to that point pretty much now.
I guess we're pretty much there.
Yeah, the trip to Stillwater Hold, because I think
Sure
because she
thing.
looks at the map of the sort of the conspiracy and stuff like that, and the only place that she stares at, and the camera zooms on it for quite a bit, is Stillwater Prison. Which I'm happy to tell you, the waters are still, which is impressive considering the amount of shrapnel and rocks that are all there on this building.
Water and fluids are. They don't do a great job in this show. I gotta be honest. Biggest shortcoming of the animation in this series, just water and fluids in general, doesn't look good. They a lot of very like flat looking
mm.
liquids pouring. A lot of just like low FPS streams and stuff. It's a little bit weak. Um, but whatever. Again, I don't really care. It's long as you understand what's happening in the show, I don't really care what the visuals look like that much.
So we get to Caitlyn now, basically going rogue. That's not the Immaterial Gamers show. That's what Caitlyn is doing.
Yep.
And
She's
she wants to speak to Tattooed Man because he's in prison now. She can have the opportunity to speak to him, and the warden there is like, oh yeah, no, that's great, except, and with little bits of discussion interspersed with flash sideways sort of stuff. Tattooed Man ain't going to be one for talking anytime soon.
yeah, apparently he had his job
Sure.
busted open by some other inmate.
Yeah. We learn very quickly who that other inmate is, because that inmate is still punching the walls as Caitlyn goes to find her. And yeah, we meet a slightly older Vi.
Yep. So Vi's in.
Introduce with
So
who the hell are you?
I guess apparently Vi went to prison immediately following the end of episode
Well,
3.
yeah, I mean, as we sort of learn later, and it doesn't fully explain it, but it all comes to it. Basically, this is the conflicting nature of Marcus again. Because from what it looks like, and at this point you can only guess, is that Marcus captured Vi and she was immediately sent to the prison.
Yeah, like as far I was actually waiting. I had to hold off on points, like writing down notes for a long time because I was waiting to see if like a later episode would clarify whether or not she had been rescued by Marcus and that she had gotten to prison on her own, like at a later
Hmm.
time, or if she has been in prison since episode 3.
Yeah,
Everything, all the context that we've received as of this act suggests that yes, she did go straight to prison
yeah,
afterwards. She has not been free at any point
no,
in the last
this
five
is
years.
yeah, this is the thing on this is that the confusion with Marcus is on this is that he's wanted to get rid of Vi or take Vi out of the question of this encompassing issue that's happening between Piltover and Zorn through that, but he didn't have the stones to go against, I guess at this point, his mentor and his senior Grayson to just outright kill her and get rid of her that way. So he just took her out of the picture. And as far as he's concerned, and the way that his motivations happen until episode 6, until those motivations come up. Yeah,
You know,
as far as he's concerned, that's clean. It's done. Job done.
one of the things that I never brought up in the last episode, which I probably should have, is why as like apparently why as part of like his standard kit of equipment does Marcus have like just
Chloroform?
a chloroform? Why does like we never see the enforcers do anything like that ever again? He just happens to have a chloroform soaked rag to knock Vi out with.
They've got a pretty decent kit: batons, pokeballs, and rifles.
Yeah. So it's like, and it's dumb because like only he has that, and he only has that in that scene. No other enforcers have that ever again.
Mm-hmm.
And he only has it because if he didn't have it, Vi would easily overpower him, break free, and save Jinx or Powder at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire rest of the show can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So it's this big contrivance of like they just gave him a thing that he needed to have because otherwise the story they decided beforehand that they were going to tell can't happen. And it's just like, when it happens too, like he he says something to the effect of like, it's just like, he'll kill you if you go do that.
Yeah, he'll kill you if you go back.
Which at the time, that to me suggested like he was like trying to save her, like from his mindset, he was like trying to like stop her from getting herself killed.
Yeah.
But it's like it completely changes the framing of that moment when you find out that he like immediately threw her in prison rather than trying to like, I don't know, work with her or help with her.
Sort of exile her somewhere. Yeah.
Like maybe because to me, my thoughts, and this is why I have more things to talk about with Marcus, and we can get into that this episode. Is I don't understand why Marcus is working with Silco at all. Why, like, he should be furious with Silco. He should want nothing more than to have him destroyed utterly for what he's done and the way that he like manipulated him. So he should be partnering with people like Vi who are against Silco and trying to take him down.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're saying. We're going to be explaining that later. Is sort of this sort of complication. What is Marcus? Who is Marcus?
Why is Marcus?
Yeah, why is Marcus? So that'll
suck too, because like he actually had like a character arc that I actually had some praise for.
Yeah, an absolute hothead who realized how quickly he got screwed over and lost, at that point everything for it, and was then looking into trying to look at a redeeming nature.
Yeah, like trying to set things right a little bit. We're getting into episode 2, and I will have to take a bathroom break. But before I do that, Ryan, what are we at on the recording?
We're at 2 minutes. We're doing 2 hours 12.
So how's the going shorter approach working so far?
Well, I'm on the idea that with the fact that we've got, with the fact that we're going to be, we don't need to. A lot of that stuff that we've explained now, I don't want to say will be glossed over, but the stuff that we can sort of talk about. We don't need to keep talking about how Caitlyn. Yeah, we don't need to keep talking about how Caitlyn had no backstory before what she's doing, because we've talked it to death already. So right, what are we on? Episode 5 now. What's it called, Duncan?
Us. Everybody wants to be my enemy.
Oh, you tried. I believe it's more. Everybody wants to be my enemy.
Man.
Yeah. Spare the sympathy. Anyway. Oh, the misery. Anyway, that's more lyrics.
Anyway.
So, yeah. So we touched upon it a little bit more. There was a flashback sequence that's the cold open of this episode, which is Caitlyn on a shooting range, sort of obstacle course style thing, where she's racing, as we get to this, none other than Grayson. Yes, they brought Grayson back for this little bit.
Yeah.
To which, I did like this as sort of the idea of Grayson's morals at this point, because Caitlyn succeeds and wins the course.
Yeah, she
and
kicks ass.
yeah,
She like blows away all the targets.
yeah,
She's a very good shot. This is established.
yeah,
This
she's an
matters.
excellent shot. um, but yeah, she looks to her left and notices that Grayson was there and didn't fire. She held her shot. And almost immediately at this point, Caitlin, again, this is the one bit of characterization that she isn't. A lot of what she's doing is to spite her mum, and the idea that sort of Lady Kiriman seems to want to sort of use her influence to get Caitlin doing what she's doing. But if I was just a very quick slight argument on this, if Lady Kiriman didn't want Caitlin to be an enforcer, why would she have paid, or why would she have got Grayson to not fire the shot, as opposed
Well,
to?
well, she didn't. That's the thing. Like that was
Yeah,
the whole point
I
of the
know that
scene.
comes
Was
up
like,
with Grayson there
where,
anyway.
Grayson is like immediately like it's like I held my shot. You're right. I did do that, but I didn't do
Yeah,
it for
I
money.
didn't do it. I didn't do it for your mum. I did it for
Yeah.
for you because I see
Yeah.
potential in you.
Yeah, it's just like I was like, well, it's basically just like I didn't need to take the shot because even if I had taken the shot, it would have been like a tenth of a second faster than you. It's just like you did it basically. You
Yeah,
won.
yeah. And I guess then and Grayson does ask Caitlin what the audience has been asking and what people have been asking her all the time. So it's quite clear that she's been dodging dodging the answer to this question for at least 5 years.
Yeah. The
Why?
question
Why do
of
you want to be an enforcer?
why do you want to be an enforcer? That's a great question.
Will we get an answer? No.
And there's like so many like hundreds of ways you could make this interesting. Like hey, we got I don't know, we got from a show that I used to like, a show called Ruby. We got a sort of a similar character in Weiss, who
Mm.
she's a extremely wealthy part of a highly influential aristocratic family in her show, who decides to become a huntress, but which basically means she's going to go fight monsters for a living.
Yeah.
Um, and she gets very little support from her family. At first, it's like her dad is like okay, which is like just giving her enough tuition to go to school,
Mm-hmm.
and at some point he just completely cuts her off, like no more money.
Yeah.
But she keeps going, and she keeps going because I don't know. I guess it's something that she wants to earn for herself. She doesn't want to have her whole life handed to her by her family. She wants to have something that's her own thing. And you know what? It's a very simple motivation, but it works. It works
Mm.
perfectly fine. Even something as simple as that. Caitlin has a character now. Bravo! Clap, 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 clap.
Yeah.
But so far, no claps. Reserve clap.
Mm.
I don't know what the reverse sound of a clap is, like blap, blap, blap. So
That
someday
doesn't
we'll get
doesn't
there.
come through on the noise reduction on my mic. Sorry. But yeah,
So someday we'll get there.
Yeah. So immediately back to the prison scene. Caitlin is basically having to argue with Vi, who it really does not give a shit. She doesn't care. She couldn't care less about what's going on. As far as she's concerned, the tattooed guy had it coming, which he did. She knows it was one of Silco's underlings, and she couldn't care less about Caitlin's investigation because her years in prison have not softened her up to people from Piltover and enforcers. Especially when
Yeah,
there's a conversation with the warden a little bit later on, isn't there? That sort of explains all
I
that
mean,
business.
sure. I would say that, yeah. I mean, yeah. The warden's an asshole. It's like I would say that generally speaking, if I had an enforcer that gassed me, knocked me out,
Hmm?
and basically stole me away from my sister, who for all I know is either dead or a rampaging psychopath.
Yeah,
Uh, I wouldn't like enforcers either at that point in my
yeah.
life.
So I mean, I'll go on this. I know we discussed about sort of like the issues of Vi in the last act, but yeah, certainly this still sort of fits with what she's at least her hatred of Piltover society is consistent at this point.
Yes, that's what they call motivation.
Mm, yeah.
She
So
has one.
Yeah, so I did like the sort of idea of this. Is like, can you just hurry this up and just bring in the guy who's going to kick the shit, kick the shit out of me? Um, even when, well, up until the point where Caitlyn then shows her Jinx's calling card. They don't trust each other. Nothing really happens, and Jinx Vi is ready to just get talked to. I believe is the Warden code name for it.
Have a chat.
Have a
Like,
chat.
have a chat with the Warden. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know at some point, I can't remember at what point the conversation happens. Vi mentions Silco's name.
Yeah. And Caitlyn's just like, what, the industrialist?
So that raises a good point. Silco is like a public figure, I guess. Like, people know who he is enough that a person who would have been like a child when Silco supposedly died knows who he is. Like, so it's been about 4 or 5 years since Act 1 started, and it had been at least several years before that the rebellion of Zon happened.
Yeah.
And we are to believe that at the onset of that rebellion, or near the beginning of it, that is when Silco allegedly died from Vander.
Yeah.
Like, that was his public death. People thought he was dead at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking at least a good 10 years or so prior to the present that this happened. And I guess Caitlyn knows who he is?
Yeah.
I guess?
But and knows effectively a cover story for Silco. Though I guess at that point he's supposed to be he shouldn't be the big industrialist that comes up, because actually there's a scene that we did miss where
I'm sure he probably is an industrialist. The problem I have is that it's like, was he like such a famous and successful and influential person that even like a random kid who's never cared anything about her aristocracy knows about
rookie
this?
enforcer.
A rookie enforcer. Like late teens.
Because it's stated that Vi and Caitlyn are supposed to be around the same age. So of late teens.
And it's like no one
20s.
like Vi didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
That never came across.
Yeah.
So it's
like
the first time it feels like it's weird that it's weird that this person would know and that not more people would know who Silco is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that would just be out there if he was that well known. But Caitlyn is the first person other than people who personally knew Vander, like Benzo and Vander, or people who Silco. What did I say? Silco. Yeah. This is the first time that somebody other than people who personally knew Silco have
mentioned his name. Of him. Yeah.
And I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah. Obviously, there's something up in Caitlyn's detective brain that's apparently sort of bigger there. But so she forges Vi's release using Jace
is that
as
the suggestion? Because I assumed that was the case. Everything made me think that was the case.
Yeah.
But like, then Jace later on is like, he's like, he kind of like he hears.
Don't worry about it.
He's like, yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's like, I don't know. It makes me think like, did he actually know? Did he approve of this ahead of time? Or
I mean, is this Caitlyn that we're talking about here? Maybe there was something that happened off screen.
Yeah, things.
That'll get brought back later on.
Story happening off screen. Yeah. Not in this show, surely.
Yeah. Like Jace has, decided that Caitlyn's investigation was worth meriting, so gave her a Q branch style set of tools that she could use. One of them being a prisoner release form. Though that being said, Vi was not going to be the intended prisoner to be released. It was probably going to be Tattooed Man. So,
but it's like Tattooed Man is like, you probably like want his like name. Like, does anyone even know who he is?
He's inmate number. So
I'm honest. We're honestly, it's spending so much time in the scene. Like, there's a bunch of weird shit going on, but it's like it's like I really have no good explanations for any of it.
Basically, at the end of this, Vi gets released.
yeah, at the bottom line, it's like Vi gets released because Caitlyn realizes that she knows things about what's going on in the underworld that she needs. She basically is getting the information that she needed, that she was going to get from the tattooed man.
Yeah, it's basically a 48 hours moment. But yeah, so Marcus is delivering a eulogy at a funeral with his
Uh-huh.
daughter there.
Oh yeah, I gotta skip past the intro here. All right. Yes, here's Marcus being, Marcus and being the sheriff and
Yeah, the
delivering a
sheriff of
eulogy
Piltover.
about the the dead enforcers.
Yeah, with his like little daughter, ginger-haired daughter Ren, as she's then titled in episode 3, just stood there with the flowers, and um, again, the confusing nature of Marcus. This
Yeah, you would
he
think that based
clearly.
on this. Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go. I was about to say
No, go
he
for it.
clearly, because Ren asks who is this woman because he looks at another grave and it's Grayson on the side, and he goes, "A good woman."
Yeah, and
It's
so
like,
you would see that scene and you would think, oh, well, this is supposed to be like showing that Marcus had like a lot of reverence for Grayson, and that while they may not have always seen eye to eye, he recognizes her, especially in hindsight, as a really respectable and capable leader. And
yeah,
so you would think that would be like supposed to tell the audience that like you know Marcus is not going to be the kind of person who would work with under any circumstances people that Grayson wouldn't work with, and especially not with people who might be directly responsible for brutally murdering Grayson right in front of his eyes.
yeah. And yet, a scene later, he's sat there, like, you know, arguing the toss with Silco about what to do.
And it is like 10 seconds later, too,
Yeah,
by the way. Like,
yeah.
immediately we cut
It
to this scene.
it's a snap cut. It's a jump cut to Marcus arguing with Silco about the dead enforcers, and basically saying like Jinx is like too much of a problem. We need to sort this out. To which Silco again is just like deflects it off on, no, you've got the firelights. They're the problem. They're the problem. You sort yourself out. Do your job as to try and find out the culprits of this crime that was definitely not me and my closest associate. and take this big sack of money. Um, give it to the deceased, the families of the deceased, as an anonymous donation. So again, how can Silco be a public figure and a shadowy underlord at the same time? It doesn't. Now that you've
Yeah,
mentioned
what?
it, it doesn't really come up. But especially every scene that we've seen, every scene that we've been shown shows Silco basically
Yeah, and it's just like,
hidden.
yeah, and it's like you literally don't have to change anything to fix this scene,
Mm,
or the whole thing with like the whole like Silco background thing. Like
mm,
literally, all you have to do, instead of Caitlyn saying Silco, the industrialist, you could just say Silco. Who's Silco?
yeah,
Like and everything is exactly the same.
and it would
The only thing
make
that's
more sense.
the only thing that's different is Silco's identity as a person who is not a public figure,
Hmm.
is preserved, which is beneficial to Silco.
Yeah, yeah. So
But again,
that's
it's like they're having a rapport, like they have some kind of like they have some kind of agreement or arrangement, like they're in cooperation on something to like
mm,
you keep away from your stuff, I'll keep away from my stuff.
yeah.
But
I
it's
guess it's
like,
supposed to be like just a
but
it's League of
why?
Legends version of organized crime, isn't it? And sort of police corruption at the same time. Just like if you
But
just let
how?
us do what we're doing, you do what you're doing, everything's all sweet, right?
But surely, Marcus is uncorruptible at this point, right? Like, as the person who was the victim of having his mentor get murdered in front of him, who was, essentially tricked and lied to by Silco.
The man who
That
he's
this,
now continuing to work with.
yeah, that he's now continuing to conspire with him, and that doesn't work because you literally had the scene in which Silco hands him a bag full of bloody money It's like, thanks, buddy, you
Yeah,
did a good job. And then he like
plans
threw it on
change.
the floor. He threw it on
Yeah.
the floor. Like you could not, you literally could not compose a more definitive visual image of a person not taking your bribe and not choosing not to work with you than
Mm.
throwing the money you gave them on the floor.
Yeah.
That is the hardest way you could possibly reject a person's offer
Hmm.
without like just outright killing them, you know?
Yeah.
And yet here we are. They're they're
Yeah.
buddies.
Yeah.
They're in each other's pocket
Yeah.
somehow.
Yeah. You can't seem to get rid of Marcus as well because he is everywhere, from funeral to Silco's office to turning up in the next scene involving Victor and Jace having a little bit of a to do. I don't know where we get the. We don't know where
Oh
we get
yeah,
the
he is
vibe
everywhere.
parkour scene. Yeah.
His his importance has greatly ramped up.
Yeah.
And I'm not really sure what it is about him that makes him such a qualified enforcer too. Like you could argue that like his like hypothetical hardline stance against Zahn, even though it's very not hardline at all,
Hmm.
as we have discussed. Maybe that's such popular among the people, but even that doesn't work because it's clear the council don't really give a fuck about what Zahn is doing as long as they're
Yeah.
making money.
Apart from like a throwaway comment by one of the council, which we'll sort of get to a little bit later when it comes to it. But yeah, so Victor and Jace are, Victor's a little bit miffed that Jace didn't announce the thing. I don't know why this has happened. Why he's still like this. I mean, it's been stolen anyway. There's not much that could be sort of happening. But they're doing all their protection stuff. Victor and Jace are having it out. Marcus turns up to talk shit, and
Yeah, and Jace is basically like, get good,
yeah,
and
yeah,
Marcus is like, it's like, but, and then Jace is like, get good, and then he's like, okay, fine,
yeah.
he'll get
To which,
good, I
yeah,
guess.
to which Marcus is like, hold on, get good. You've only been a counselor for a day, 2 days. Yeah, yeah. It was like, yeah, no, sorry, no, 2 days. That's 100% more than what you thought I was. So, hello, come on, get good.
So clearly you're bad at math.
Yeah, yeah, I am. Anyway, yeah, while they're arguing with each other, Victor has he coughs up his blood.
Yeah, and Jace is like, he sees him like having a bit of a moment, and Victor's like, it's got a headache, no big deal, I'll be fine. Meanwhile, he's got like blood like pouring
Blood
out of
down
his
his nose,
nose, it's
and
splattered
and
all over the railing.
and the camera zooms into the blood on the railing. It's like, Jace, are you that
It's like,
oblivious,
Jace, you
mate?
might want to check in on your buddy. Like he is like,
Yeah,
like at best he's got like a bloody nose, which is just like at worst like he could be having like, I don't know, like a brain tumor or something. Like you maybe want to push that a little bit harder. Be like,
mm-hmm.
headaches don't usually cause people to have nosebleeds or
No,
cough uncontrollably.
no, it certainly don't happen with the sickly nature of your Victor. So that happens. This is like sort of the first time where it feels like he's making it look like he's being talked to by the arcane magics as well. As he's doing his woozy thing, he has a sort of Doctor Who time tunnel moment.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I don't know if like the insinuation is like I don't know, he's having like some, if he's having some kind of like revelation moment, or if it's supposed to be like, I don't know, maybe it's just like a brain tumor or something and it's just kind of making him trip out. I don't really
Yeah,
know.
but he's severely unwell, and we know
He
that.
is
We say
not
he's
well
severely
mentally or
unwell, and
physically.
and it's not getting better for him. But we'll
Hey,
get to
you know
that.
what's a great catalyst for people who are mentally ill? It's when you have an illness that is affecting how your brain works.
Mm,
Wouldn't it be great if we had like a verifiable excuse for why some crazy people do crazy things and behave in an unusual way that goes
yeah.
beyond just, shit happens kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be
Yeah.
nice if
Well, speaking
uh
of shit happens, Jinx next.
Jake's also has like ridiculously long hair, by the way. Like, I guess
Yeah.
it's been 5 years. If she didn't cut it the entire time, like it could be that long. But holy fuck, is her hair long? Like,
Yes. Oh
uh,
dear. Because I know we do have a couple of Jinx scenes coming up. I'm just trying to figure out where they go. Because my notes here have sort of placed them together in one Jinx arc, and I know there's a bit. There's two defined Jinx bits, and I know there's something in between.
And I kind of like, so like on one hand, from like a completely removed from the context of the story around it, I've always kind of been interested in the idea of like the kind like what kind of the kind of character the kind of thing that Jinx is doing, where it's like she's not like a physicist, like she's not a scientist, like she doesn't really like know how to do good sciencey stuff, but she's obviously like got like a good like mechanical mind, like she can like
Yes.
she is a mechanical engineer kind of mindset. So like even if she doesn't get like understand like all all the formulas and stuff behind it, she can kind of like figure it out. She can kind of wing it and sort of
Yeah.
read between the lines of
Yeah.
basically this means this.
Yeah.
And so it's like I've always
she's just
kinda,
experimenting in a different way.
yeah, and it's like I kind of like the idea of like again, this is purely in isolation. I kind of like the idea of like a character who is not gifted intellectually necessarily, but is like just really really hands-on, interested in working with machines, and sort of it's like I don't know what this does, but if I stick it onto this, it does this, so that's kind of cool.
Learn by doing.
Sort of like a tinkerer, kind of scientist, as opposed to kind of a little bit like the goblins from the Warcraft universe. They're like like there's like a lot of them are like they build a lot of machines, but they're not like they don't come across as like highbrow scientist types. They're just sort of like junkers who just staple shit to other shit until they make something cool by accident.
Or it blows up. One way or the other, as long as something happens, they're
sometimes
fine.
they do. So yeah, I kind of like that stuff. It's like yeah, it's kind of a fun character trait.
Yeah. But
Anyway.
yeah, her continuing voices don't help. I do have a tiny bugbear. I have a tiny bugbear.
You do?
Yeah, so when Jinx is messing around with she's looking at Jace's book and just like, yeah, that's shit. Ah, here we go. And she's messing with the refined Hextech crystal, and it activates and does a blowback. She has a flashback. She has a flashback to
Do it, Brian. Do it. I know. You can do it. I believe in you.
I've lost it now. Yeah, but
she sees a flashback.
She sees a flashback of Milo and Clagger's deaths. She shouldn't see that.
Yay, Brian
she
did
wasn't
it.
There.
Inconsistency, and he said it out loud.
Yes, I was waiting for that. It's just like I understand. We as the audience, that flashback perfectly defined to us that she's on the idea that she's felt that even though she keeps miming it was a mistake, she feels responsible for the deaths of Clagger and Milo and Vanda, and to a point that's because she was. But she did not see that. We explained that in depth in episode 3 when we talked about it last week. She saw the bomb go off and she was happy with the bomb going off, and she was falling down and looking at the beautiful nature of exploded Hextech. But she didn't specifically see Clagger and Milo's deaths.
Right, here. Enjoy the first 5 seconds of this video.
First 5 seconds of the video. I'll bring it up. But yeah, let's have a look. How did you know about the parts that you weren't there for? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, just sort of immediately. I've got to be careful. I don't know if I've actually just pulled that in on Discord. I don't want to get copyright struck for it. But yeah, no, it's exactly the point.
Yeah, it's it's like, hey, look at that. It's an inconsistency. It's fun.
Yeah, like I say, for us as the audience, it made sense, but for the character of Jinx, it shouldn't have.
This is also a flashback of something that happened 2 episodes ago, by the way. So like, that's a problem with like the format of this show, because it's framed as one season of a show. But they release it in 3-episode arcs. So like every 3 episodes are supposed to be like treated as like almost as like their own micro story, or like almost like I said at the beginning, like almost like a movie.
Yes,
But
three short movies. Well, 3 movies.
eventually this is going to be just a season of a show that just
Yeah.
has 9 episodes in it. And
Hmm.
eventually you're just going to be watching these back to back to back,
Yeah.
and it's going to be like, hey, let's
With
have a flashback of something that just happened.
yeah, with it being on Netflix, it sort of it's going to end up in the binge watching formula at the end of the day. This is why I said I don't like the false cliffhangers. You know
Yeah,
it's like if you're expected to watch Act 1 in one go, there is no need for the false cliffhanger between episodes 2 and 3.
yeah. And another problem with the formatting of the show, since we're on that topic,
Mm.
is I don't like the fact that because each of these acts are kind of treated as like their own sort of part of the story, is almost essentially like a movie.
Hmm.
I, I, it basically means that you have 3 endings in one season. You
Yes.
know, it's like it almost feels like, and this is a problem that I've addressed a couple times, where the overall pacing of the show is accelerated in a way where it feels like the writers are in a rush to get to their emotional payoff, whatever it is supposed to be for each character story arc.
Hmm.
They just want to get to the part that that they believe you're there for. It's like they want to get to the big action scene at the end. They want to get to the big dramatic breakup scene. They want to get to people getting kidnapped and stuff. They want to get to that part, and they just and they're getting through it so fast that we don't
Mm.
have enough time to develop everything. Because the reason that they're doing it is because they know that by the time they get to the big dramatic emotional finale, that's going to be the part that people remember. They're gonna,
Hmm.
as soon as that happens, they're just going to forget about all the stuff that led up to it, and that's going to be the part that they talk about.
Yeah.
And so it's like they're almost cheating in a way by cramming 3 big emotional climaxes into a single season of a show, rather than having a whole season that builds up to one cohesive emotional
Sort of
payoff
thing.
that pays off the whole season.
Yeah, and I
You know what
remember
I mean?
the old American cable TV style as well, with these like 24 episode blocks. You would have a mid-season cliffhanger or something like that. That made sense because you were 12 weeks into something, and then there was going to be a small break before the other 12 weeks of stuff. Like I say, it's a bit too this this format hasn't worked in sort of that idea. It makes me wonder whether they were going into it initially as being designed as the actual 3 act structure, or if this was another Netflix experiment on their part. If
Yeah.
you sort of know what I mean in regards to that, was the weekly thing the idea, and if so, that could make a little bit more sense.
Well, I mean,
Um,
there is precedent for Netflix having, essentially stepped in with the production of certain shows,
mm,
Netflix original shows, and been like, no, you have to change the way that this is
yeah,
written, or the way that this is being released, because if it we just need to have these elements, or we
mm,
won't produce your show, because we think that this will be more popular or more successful.
yeah.
This actually happened apparently. I don't know if this is a confirmed, but I heard a rumor that a certain other popular Netflix original called Squid Game
Ah, yes.
had some Netflix interference where they basically had like a whole extra character inserted into the show
Oh,
because they wanted to have certain storytelling elements
mm.
that they thought would make the show more successful or popular.
Well, why would
Uh,
I just have a guess that it would probably involve the character of the North Korean defector? Um,
Actually, I'm pretty sure that the character they're referring to was the detective character.
oh, that whole sort of plot point of yeah,
Now,
I could.
yeah, and before you get too far into that, I haven't actually seen the whole show. So it's
I nor have I, but I've heard enough. But we
But
won't
yeah,
spoil it from
essentially,
there.
that's like the rumor goes that they made them put that character in the show because I guess they wanted that element
Mm,
in it,
yeah,
which is why he apparently, and I haven't seen the whole show, but apparently it's sort of a thing that he like is very like nebulously involved in the plot. Like most of the story is kind of self-contained in the Squid Game,
yeah.
uh, whereas he is just kind of like extraneous to that. He only
Mm.
occasionally interacts with the main story.
Sort of like audience surrogate that's supposed to be trying to put in for this like B plot. Yeah, I
And
get
so I
that.
wouldn't be surprised if they'd intended to write a
Mm.
more sensibly, more traditionally structured show, and that maybe Netflix was like, well, you could instead just have essentially 3 miniseries stapled together into one season of a show, and
Mm.
that might, enhance the viewer emotional experience.
Yeah.
So I'm not, I don't know who to call out on that, whether it was a writing decision or an executive meddling decision.
Mm.
But I feel like that attitude of like, trying to compress 3 seasons worth of content into 9 episodes is just not working for certain plot points and certain character
Mm.
arcs.
Yeah.
Like I would have loved to have an entire season tell me about the life that Powder led after being adopted by Silco, and learning about how he raised her and the kind of treatment that he put her through, what kind of training put her up to,
Mm.
you know how
Yeah.
basically how he raised her, and like what did she have to go on now that Vander is gone? What is the influence in her life that
Yeah.
led her to become the Jinx that we know now?
Yeah.
But we didn't get
That's
that.
that's fair. But we do what we do what we must. We work what we're given. Brief brief scene. The parkour scene of
Oh yeah.
Caitlyn trying to invite Vi to use the bathysphere to get down to Zone, and Vi deciding no, too risky. Yeah, just a lot of action stuff. Caitlyn just showing how out of her depth she is. Vi showing that she hasn't missed a beat. Funniest bit of that sequence was the old Yordle who's about to board the bathysphere. Is there, and by the time Caitlyn does reach down to the bottom, following Vi, she would have just been better to use the bathysphere in the first place, because the first thing she meets is the old Yordle in
Yeah.
the
Oh,
Undercity.
I didn't even notice that one. Yeah, that's kind of funny.
I like that sort of point. I like that Vi is also still confirmed. We don't need to see another fight scene to show it when she doesn't give a shit about people who are about to try and threaten her with shit. Because she meets a whole bunch of like scavengers down at the bottom. One guy looks like he's itching for a fight, to which Vi just responds, "Nice jacket."
Yeah. I do find it a little funny that it's like she's been in prison for like 5 years. I would have thought she'd be a little bit out of practice on the whole urban exploration thing, but
Yeah,
she just
yeah,
jumps right into it. I guess it's like a bicycle or whatever.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Once you've learned to ride once, that's just how it is.
I
Yeah,
will say I will say one thing about Vi is like she's pretty built. I will
yeah,
say she's her adult model. She's
yeah.
she's got some
Well, I
muscles.
mean,
Gives
if you
her
saw her practice routine, she just punches bare concrete.
well, it's it for me and my smooth brain. I just like the idea. I just like it's like they're actually like making an effort to make her look like she's as physically imposing as she is portrayed in her fight
Hmm.
scenes and action
Yeah,
sequences. It's like it is it can be a little bit weird when you see like 90-pound woman like taking on like a 300
you
pound
mean
bodybuilder and winning. It's like that seems it's a bit of a stretch.
do you mean
Sometimes.
every League of Legends splash art known to man of a
Well, it's
female
like
is always very thin, very thin waist, very big chest.
yeah, and it's just like as most of the time it's fine because they have like something else to lean on. Like Jinx has guns and explosives and stuff. It's
Yeah,
fine. She doesn't hit people, so she
yeah.
has something else to lean on, or they have magic or whatever, and it's
Mm.
fine. And it's just like it's
I'm just on the idea that Vi would not have a 6-pack that would fit in that corset that she's clearly wearing around her chest.
meh.
But but no, I can see what you mean in terms of where she is. Vi looks like someone who would kick the shit out of you.
Yes, and that's all I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Uh,
she beats up some guys and steals their clothes. It was fun.
yes. Yes. Back with Jinx, and we get the bit that was teased initially, right at before Arcane actually came out, the score to settle sequence.
Oh, hold on before you
Or do
jump
we
into
miss
that.
something?
We are hanging out with Victor. He is looking at the tech core.
Yeah. Oh,
He's
the
fiddling with
actual
that
Hex
shit.
Tech bit.
The actual Hextech core, as it is,
Yeah,
or Hex core,
hex
or
core.
Hex core. So
The
yeah,
weird,
basically
the
just
weird,
again,
constantly
it
jumbling
just
sequence of runes.
yeah, it's also like that's also one of those things where it's like, uh, visual language and
Yeah.
storytelling. It's really important that when you aren't explicitly telling people what is happening, which you should avoid doing at all
Mm.
costs, by the way, that the visuals clearly show a cohesive story about like what is actually happening.
Mm.
And a lot of the hex tech stuff is like kind of weird for that because, for the most part, it's just a lot of bits of metal rotating around a glowing orb. So it's
Yeah.
like you don't really get a very strong idea of like what is actually happening just from a
Mm.
visual standpoint.
I
And they
guess. I
obviously
guess.
can't just explain it. So
Yeah. I guess the thing to take into account is that we were kind of shown this in the end of Act One when they were trying to do the experiment to show that the hex core could be stabilized, or the hex tech crystal could be stabilized. There were runes going around the weird machine that Jace had. So the shorthand for that is that the hex core is like that machine but compressed into a weird Rubik's cube shape. And the
yeah,
idea is that the hex
and part
core
of
is
the
meant to be adaptable.
well, it's like yeah, and it's like well, and one of the things that they do that's actually like smart as far as like visual storytelling goes is when they do that experiment and it's finally successful, they
Mm-hmm.
show like Jace like booping a little something that was floating
Like
around in the
like a
ether sort of
cog, wasn't it, or something?
through you know like the hextech core, and it sort of appears, it sort of teleports a short distance,
Yeah,
and then you go, oh, okay, so that's like that's what that does. It
yeah.
can teleport
It's a
things
warp
long
sphere,
distances. Yeah, so like
which
that's sort of like the basis for how
the hex
the
gates.
the hexgate technology works. So there you go. That's exactly what I mean by like a visual storytelling. It's like,
Mm,
show me what this thing does without telling me, and I'll be happy.
mm,
And they only do that sometimes with the hex tech stuff, and that's something that has come up before.
yeah. Well, yeah. It's just as it is. Like I say, there's that balance of show and tell, isn't there, that needs to be
Yeah,
sort of there. Right. So now we have the score
yeah.
to settle sequence, which we've seen in teaser trailers for.
Actually,
Oh,
we're back in Zon.
are we
Vi
back in
and
zone?
Caitlin are grabbing a bite to eat.
Oh, the fishmonger sequence. No, what? Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's the order of events here.
yeah.
Fish, fishy boy.
Jericho.
Uh, and
Oh dear.
yeah, so she's just eating some goo in a bowl, and who apparently gives him some info about
Sort of where to go for information.
where to go for info.
um,
When does this scene that you're trying to get to happen?
the
Oh,
the score
it's
to
yeah, it's a couple scenes.
ah
We'll get there eventually.
right.
It's about halfway through the episode.
Yeah. So
Um,
yeah, Kaylin is really not up for the delicacies of Jericho's fishmonger shop.
yeah, no, she's not.
No, no matter how much him and his shoulder-mounted chopping board, uh, or knife rack, shoulder-mounted knife rack, want to persuade otherwise.
Yeah, and I gotta say, on one hand, props to the art people to, show Vi that she has her fists wrapped. It's
Mm-hmm.
important for bracing your wrists so that when you punch people, you don't just snap your wrist every
Correct.
time. Um, Eating really gross and greasy food while having your fist straps is kind of
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah. Oh God.
Hope you wash that shit.
Yeah, but just say hygiene doesn't seem to be on Vi's agenda at this point. It's like,
No.
so that's that. Right, what's that next scene?
Next, we are at the opera scene, which is a
Oh yes,
very. Oh, sorry. We only see part of that. We just see the first part of the opera scene, where
yeah.
it's basically sort of introducing us to the concept of schmoozing,
Mm-hmm.
where Mel says, "Hey, by the way, everyone hates you because you shut down the Hextech gates," which
Yeah,
is
could you?
exactly the thing I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, warned you. Can you deal with it now, please? And just like, oh, do I have to? And Mel gives him. Mel is like the example at that point for the first deal. It's like, all right, let's bring in this first person, and we'll show you how the deal needs to be done to get all these people back on side. Thank you. Mainly due to the fact that they're all corrupt bastards, and they want their way of dealing with their corrupt ways of making money sorted. And if the interests can align, then Jace can get back on track.
Yeah, and it is kind of like they kind of just dropped this like political thriller on you out of nowhere. You know, they don't really build up to it all. It's just like, by the way, politics, and it's just like, so it's like we now have to sort of speed run through the whole like idea of like, you know, sometimes you have to make compromises on your ethics to make people in high places happy to get what you want, kind of thing. It's like it's a whole complicated concept, and they just kind of like, they just kind of get right through it. They don't really pay it much mind.
Yeah.
Except for one scene that happens in episode 6 that actually does just kind of pay it off in a neat way. But anyway, we get past that. Or sorry, unless we had something else to say about that.
I was just about to say the violinist that starts playing is an actual violinist. His name is Ray Chen. He is going to be involved in the Act 3's soundtrack. In the song "What Could Have Been," featuring motherfucking Sting.
Okay.
Sting. So we'll get to that. But yeah, he plays the weird hybrid violinist trombone, or like violinist oboe. No, not oboe.
I feel like that would not.
String and woodwind instruments don't really, or string and brass don't really combine. But apparently that happens here.
Well, I don't know that instrument would sound like that. To be perfectly honest with you, I feel like it would not sound just like a louder violin.
But yeah,
like, couldn't he just be playing a violin in front of a microphone? Like, does it have to be?
Oh, sure, we could have had a Hextech amp, right?
Yeah, it's just like it doesn't have to be this like weird instrument that we know for a fact does not work. Like, you could just make it a thing that exists in real life. It's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, that sort of happens. Right, now we got a score.
Now we finally get to Ryan's scene that he's been trying to get to for.
Yeah. I'm going to gloss over this because it has been discussed and interpreted and reviewed and stuff like that a lot of the times, but this is the scene that was the big preview for Arcane when it came to the first look a couple of months ago. Jinx goes back to the arcade that they were in Act 1, and sort of gains a bit of memories and flashbacky stuff. This time, this version does have a couple of added stuff, little like sounds, flashback audio stuff of Clagger basically saying, Milo, do you not want the Powder to beat you again? At a gun game. She kills a crow. Crows are prominent all the way through this fucking act, by the way. Fiddlesticks cameo in Act 3, please? Maybe? Who knows? I mean, that's what people guessed already.
You know, when I saw the scene, this scene when it was a trailer, I was like, you know what? Actually, this like kind of looks kind of neat. You know, I'll just keep saying kinda because it's just a word that exists that I overuse. It's one of my fillers.
Yeah, it's a thing.
But it's like, this is cool. I like this scene. It actually made me think like, oh, they're actually like gonna like really try in this one. You know, this is gonna be like a really high production. They're gonna put their foot forward on this one.
Yeah, let's think of it this way: it was a strong teaser. It's a strong scene. Nothing's changed. The stuff around it may be either better or lower than the expectations that we've had, but the scene itself is still what it is.
It's there are a couple things I have to say about it that are kind of like question marks. Like, one thing is like, it's kind of weird that this place still has like power, for one thing. Like, it's weird that, you know, like this still functions like after all this time. You would think that after a certain point it would just not start anymore if no one had been keeping it up for the better part of a decade.
That's true.
I mean, it was dilapidated when they got there 4 or 5 years ago. Like, no one has been. They haven't even fixed the window. Like, no one has been here in years.
No, that's true.
And the other thing about it is, and this is kind of in a nitpicky territory, if I'm being honest.
Go for it.
Um,
Pick those nits. Wait.
hey, nits got to get picked, okay? People will talk about nitpicking like it's this whole like negative thing, and it's like, but it's like nits are problems. A nit is just another word for a small problem, and a lot of small problems piled up all at once can add up to a larger issue or suggest that there's a larger problem at hand that allowed these nits to get there in the first place.
Yeah.
Nits should be picked. They should be picked. You wouldn't call them a nit if they didn't annoy you. You know, a nit is a word that signifies annoyance.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, off you go then.
my nitpick here is I find it kind of unbelievable that, and this again goes back to the fact that we have no idea how Jinx has been trained physically the last 5 years. That she managed to get to the second place on the leaderboard on her first try on this machine that is specifically oriented around hand-to-hand combat, which
with kicks.
With Powder has which Powder has never been adequate, like capable at all. Like never been trained or never thrown any punches or anything. Like everything that she is that makes her a physical fighter happened at some point in the last 5 years that we didn't see.
Yeah.
And she gets to the second place on the leaderboard, which suggests it's meant to suggest that she is almost as physically capable as Vi was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And she
at
does
that point,
this.
It's not enough.
And well, it should be. That's fucking incredible. What's really impressive is that she managed to do this despite the fact that her hands aren't wrapped and she's not wearing gloves. She is just punching bare ass steel with her naked fists. Well, slightly gloved fists, I guess. She's like
she's got fingerless gloves, and she's like.
So it's like, you know, like she like this should be extremely painful and difficult for her. And she still gets second place on the board, which is kind of like that seems like weird, unrealistic. I would even go as far as to say.
Yeah, I guess so. At that point, impressive nonetheless, and she should have been happy to get there, but then would have to take some time out to recover the swell.
Yeah, it's like if she had done that and like I don't know, like she showed like her like fists were like kind of bruised up, we were like, okay, yeah, she got hurt, but she didn't care. She was just mad. That's fine. I just find it weird that she like did that well with like again, we have no idea how she got this good at fighting, and I find it impressive that she got that good that fast to the point where she's like almost competitive with Vi now, and it's like, well, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to dwell on it too long because she shoots her way into a transition into another part of the zone. This is where we get to the brothel, right?
Oh yay, brothel scene.
Yeah, which there's a couple of things. I mean, Martin noticed one of these before, like I did, over 2 viewings that he did in one, which is the gimpdle. The gimple? The yimp? Basically just sort of going through. And we missed a trick on the prostitute yodel, by the way. The internet calls her the hordle.
The hordle. Okay, that makes sense.
So
so she's I don't know if we want to just they're doing that arcane editing thing again where people are scared that they'll get bored if they don't if they're looking at the same thing for more than 45 seconds. So we're interspersing this brothel scene with more of the more scenes from the opera. Do you want to just do them as they come to us, or do you want to just finish the brothel scene and go back to the opera? How do we want to do this?
I think we should finish the brothel scene and we can just do the deal montage at that point.
All right, so we'll backtrack to the opera once we're finished with.
Yeah, it just makes sense. We're here, but rather than trying to do like jump cuts everywhere, it makes sense really that we could do it that way. So we're in there.
It does come across like kind of an objective flaw when the critics can put things into a more coherent arrangement as part of their discussion than they are presented in the show. Because if we were to describe this as the show showed it to us, it would be a mess. It would just be we'd be jumping all over the place.
Yeah.
So the fact that we have to fix that is kind of like, maybe the editing is not quite on point with this show.
Yeah. It's just a bit weird because it's not like they even tell two separate like two connected stories at that point. It's just the same sort of thing. I mean, this particular the brothel scene is Vi getting information off the brothel owner, and keeping Caitlyn out of it at the same time. It's Vi has got her main aim. She wanted to string Caitlyn along with the idea of getting information, and she's happy to get that information. But her main aim and her sole aim is to find out what happened to Jinx.
Mm-hmm.
And she's basically used Caitlyn and then just dumped her on the side at that point. To the point that she realizes she can keep Caitlyn out of it a little bit by explaining that she's hot, Cupcake. And just trades her away with a character called Pim. I don't really understand why.
Well, okay. So I'll present why I have a problem with this, and then you can go ahead and jump in with your issues.
Okay.
So the framing of the scene is, as you said, this is supposed to be like an information gathering thing, like supposedly in the the brothel is the place where all the secrets get loosened and people just spill their guts. So the idea is that she's like essentially telling Caitlyn to pretend that she's a whore.
Yes.
So that she can, like, I don't know, schmooze and solicit information from patrons who might be coming in.
To be Matilda from the long line of Matildas.
Meanwhile, Vi goes and talks to the owner, who she apparently knows, and so
gets the actual information.
So it is kind of like, I'm not really sure what the point of this scene is if neither of them actually gain any new information from it. Because like aside from just a general status update, she doesn't really get a lot of specific information about like her goal, like about Silco or about Powder or anything. She just like, this is the way it is in Zon now,
Yeah, this is the way it is in Zon.
And I'll get I'll reach out or something. It's like if I hear anything helpful.
Yeah, and we'll get and meanwhile I'll try and get you some information about Silco's number 2, who's a regular visitor. That number 2, we then later know as Zavika.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like we could pretty much infer that that's who that was, because I mean, she's been standing next to Silco like the entire series up until this point.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if you discount Jinx, then the only person who's left could be Zavika.
So yeah, so she doesn't really learn anything super material, and Caitlyn also doesn't learn anything super material.
So maybe apart from her sexuality at that point.
I mean, unless she already kind of knew. I mean, I feel like a 19, 20-year-old could probably have a general idea of how they're feeling at the time. But I mean, yeah, okay, so I don't know how much this matters. I don't know. So I guess Caitlyn's gay, or she's gay or bi. I'm not sure which one it is. She's definitively interested in women. Not sure how she feels about men. She's seen flirting with some female patron, presumably to do the thing that Vi set her up to do.
Yeah. And then Vi just left her to continue doing.
He's like, she's either gonna find what she wants or she's gonna have fun, whatever. Either way.
Which the way that Vi's facial features are on there, go on the idea of "you go, girl," which then says to me, like, I don't know what we'd be really discussing sexuality as a massive thing on this, but at the very minimum, does that make Vi bi?
I don't know. I mean,
that being said, Vi has never been shown to have had any.
I feel like
relationships in a sense.
Yeah, well, like I have no information on her. To me, it's just kind of like, it's kind of like, to me, I read that expression as less like, like, "Oh, good for you," or it's more like, well, she was clearly not into this, and this is just going to be an embarrassing waste of time. But then she comes back 5 minutes later, and she's like totally into it, and she's kind of like, it's like, kind of like,
fair enough.
It's like,
Um,
yeah, fair enough, kind of thing.
yeah,
So
it's just I
I
only
don't know.
mentioned.
I don't think I'm supposed to like read into anything as far as how she feels about it. I think she's just kind of like, oh, look what happened. You were totally against this idea, and now you're totally into it. Aren't so?
Aren't you fun?
So yeah, I don't think there was meant to be anything suggestive about that.
Fair enough. Right. Well, let's move on, or let's backtrack a second to the deal wrangling scene, which
Yeah. So
Mr.
yeah,
Violin Player just does through this montage, and it is effectively a montage, isn't it? It's just um, it's Jace managing to wrangle all these details and getting all these council members on side, interspersed a little bit with Mel's assistant coming up to her and going, "Well, this investment has worked out, hasn't it?"
hmm
Which still again shows Mel's manipulations and machinations, working all the way through, and
yeah.
we eventually
So
succeed in getting everything sorted.
well, this is that's kind of what I thought it was. What I was saying earlier about like they kind of speed run politics.
Mm,
It's just like they very like in a single scene, he immediately gets on everybody's good side. And I feel like that could have been extended a lot more to get a more particular, like you could get like a more particular idea of how these people think and what they want.
mm-hmm.
Like you don't have to make like a whole show out of it. Like even just an episode of like just Jace trying to figure out how to get on everybody's good side, and learning the intricacies of schmoozing.
Mm.
Uh,
Can work to
rather
your
than just being like
advantage.
rather than just montaging it, be like Jace is like, yes, we're gonna keep the gates open. We're keeping the gates open. We're keeping the gates open to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, it's what everyone cares about. Like the bottom line, regardless of what their individual interests and trades are, all they care about is keeping the gates open. That's pretty much what
Yeah,
matters.
it's about
And
those.
that's,
It's about those dollar gold pieces.
I mean, he could have done this. He could have done this in a council meeting and just been like, by the way, I'm keeping the gates open.
Yeah.
And that would have been more or less the same scene, just less cutting, less editing.
Mm. Yeah. So yeah, that happened.
Yeah.
My stuff gets a little bit more. I just thought it was interesting. Montages don't do much for me. I have to just
Well,
say on that.
no.
I understand as a way of sort of quickly moving plot forward and providing a simplistic message. That's sort of how it works. But at the end of the day, it's a montage.
Well, the problem is with montages is that it's a form of editing that you can use to sort of uh, trick your audience into thinking that a thing has happened. It
Mm.
like when it probably shouldn't have. It's like this. Like I said, this should have taken more time. Like this should have been a much more complicated process that happens over the course of several days within the story. But it all just happens in one scene, like an afternoon, basically,
Yeah.
over the course of a single performance.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
then says how long was he performing for? Because that certainly didn't go over like.
Well, clearly not very long. Like the song doesn't change, and the song is, it's diegetic. It's in the scene,
Yeah.
so it's like over the course of like 5 minutes, he's gotten himself in the favor of all of these influential persons.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's like,
Well,
yeah, I feel like you could have done a lot more with this scene. I feel like they just
it
turboed
just
it.
moved on. Yeah. It got some like red sneakers and just went. Right, where are we next?
At some point, Marcus and Silco have a conversation. I don't
Which
even know
does
what
actually
about.
lead to an interesting bit, and I'm hoping. Well, I'm hoping that it's considered interesting. Um, I'm sure we may have actually just skipped past the Imagine Dragons bit, to be honest.
No, actually, that's actually after this. The
Oh,
whoever
oh, it
this is
is.
needs to
You're
die.
right. It is because that's the one that leads into the actual conflict of the episode. But yeah, Marcus ends up in the last drop, doesn't he? And is being told by Silco to basically plant one of Jinx's grenades as a firelight grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and this is the interesting one that I liked on this. is that Marcus picks up the grenade and says, "You've gone too far." And Silco goes, "Are you trying to? You picture yourself as some kind of hero? You're just going to do one last act as to show that you are the martyr you think you are." And Marcus just pulls out the grenade. Ah! Kaboom! Cut to black, and then Silco goes, "All right, go ahead and do it." Snaps back to Marcus, who then decides against just blowing them all to Kingdom Come. And just tick that in the conflicting nature of Marcus, please. I'll just take that for 200.
It's like, I don't know. It just seems like something that Marcus should have done a long time ago, essentially.
Yeah, maybe at the end of Act 1.
Yeah, Marcus is a very strange character. I don't know why he's written this way.
Yeah, it's weird, and there's more of this. There's more of this to come.
Now we're actually with Jason Mel.
Mel, yes, yeah. Should we just get it out of the way? Sex scene.
Yeah, and not a good one either. When did these people get romantically involved? When did that happen? Can you point to the scene where that
probably around 30 seconds
happen?
before they kissed.
Yeah, so like they're just immediately, they have not been alluded to or suggested to be romantically interested in each other at all up to this point. And not only do they immediately start kissing, they right straight out the gate start fucking.
Yeah,
right on.
yeah. Jace immediately puts his Mercury hammer into Mel's hex core, and yeah, they just get on with it. Interspersed with Victor alone in his lab, we introduce a character who just turned up by the name of Sky, who asks if she wants to walk or if Victor wants to walk home with her tonight, and he refuses.
He's busy.
Like, yeah, I've got work to do. I'm going to sleep here tonight. He kind of sleeps. I guess if sleeping involves coughing up blood, collapsing, and waking up in a hospital bed the next morning. Not before. Go on.
So good. No,
I was about to say not before his blood then reacts with the hex core, and does a thing.
Yeah. So I guess the hex core just eats some of his blood or whatever.
Yeah, so just reacts to organic matter is the thing that just appears later.
Yeah, and so like this is like a kind of a cool like scene. Like this is what I mean by like I was like, oh hey, I like talking about things that are occasionally not about writing. This is a pretty cool scene. I like the way it's shot, and it's pretty neat. And but it would be a lot more impactful if I, cared more about Jason Mel's non-existent relationship. It'd be a little bit more of like a more of a payoff kind of thing.
Which
it's like maybe Jace's relationship with Mel is like, causing him to not spend as much time around Victor, and he's doing a lot of the work by himself and not, contributing to the research as much anymore. And then we have that sort of like emotional contrast of like Jace is getting what he wants, but it's also affecting Victor in a way. So yeah, you could have done something like that. Instead, we just have an admittedly visually captivating psychedelic sex scene is essentially what it boils down to.
Yeah. So that's happened. We did miss a little bit that, should always realise that when someone has a conversation with Silco in his manager's office, Jinx is in the rafters above.
Yeah.
And there was just a little brief bit that just like Silco's like, we need to move the plan forward, and Jinx goes, no, I'm scared. So he takes her to the river. Because, that's the thing. And he becomes Silco the Baptist.
Yeah.
You shall no longer be powder. Yeah.
Silco Greyjoy. He is drowned and then he is revived.
Yeah. So that's the idea that he does the same thing with Jinx. It's just like, let go of powder and become Jinx. And we get another foreshadowing moment of the pink eyes.
Presumably without the with less actual drowning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Imagine Dragons.
Let's see.
Because we've been all a little bit around
Yep,
and done
there
it.
you go. You get to have your Imagine Dragons and music scene.
Yeah.
So I'm
Okay.
starting to suspect, and you can refute me if you want, if
Okay.
I'm just totally off base here. I'm starting to suspect, I have a theory that maybe Riot Games and/or Netflix have like a deal with Imagine Dragons to possibly promote their music. Do you think that's does that sound crazy to you?
I don't
It's
know.
just,
Do you feel like the music video and then subsequent appearance in this episode, playing as Vi's walking through Zorn? I don't know. Maybe. I know that they're officially part of the soundtrack. The Imagine Dragons is the song you hear in the credits of every episode. Or the titles. Maybe that's that sort of thing. I mean, Riot are known to work
I
with
wouldn't want
people
to
who have
misspeak.
worked with them in the
Yeah,
past.
yeah. I was like, I don't want to misspeak about it would be really awkward if I made such an accusation and it turned out to be wrong. But yeah, no, I think that maybe there's some kind of deal going on there. I'm not 100% sure yet.
Maybe the character models were there to be reused. 40 just decided, let's use them again.
They're actually going to be all of like the next the next
Like,
characters, and
yeah, they're going to be the next champions.
they're going to be the next KDA. It's just going to be Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
technically they already are at that point. But yeah,
Concept Reptiles will be their band name. No, sorry. Imagine's a verb, so it would actually be conceive reptiles. That
yeah,
actually sounds worse.
conceive reptiles. Um, picture dinosaurs.
Picture dinosaurs. Let's go. That's my favorite rock band.
Yeah. So yeah, my thing is right. Simple enough on this. I'll not rant too much about it. Basically, it threw me out of the immersion. Knowing Imagine
A little
Dragons
bit.
were there as Imagine
It does.
Dragons.
It does jump out.
Yeah. So that's what comes up to it. And you talked about that bit about diegetic sound. I mean, it was. I like the fact that Marcus is a fan of Imagine Dragons from up in his sheriff's office in Piltover.
Yeah, no, he's listening to some Imagine Dragons too. So I was like, I
Yeah.
don't know. I guess they're doing a live broadcast or something
Yeah.
from wherever
Yeah.
they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of liked it. I never mentioned it in episode. Last week in Act 1 when we talked about when Playground was playing as the lift was going down into the entrance zone, and it was clear that Playground was being played in the last drop. Through that, I like that sort of. I like that sort of idea. It's just Imagine Dragons themselves being on the screen in front of me did mess with me a little bit. And now I say this, talking about the fact that I talked about the violinist before, who was modelled after the violinist playing the violin. Yeah, okay. Maybe Ryan should practice what he preaches, but he doesn't. It doesn't matter. So yeah.
So I guess this is the part where we talk about a bad scene.
The bad scene. You not like the?
So
Is this the Savika bit or is it the Marcus
okay,
bit still? Because
it's one of those things where it's sort of like interspersed with a bunch of stuff. Fuck, what's even going? What is even happening in this scene? So we got, whatever. What's his face is throwing drinks in the water. Imagine Dragons is playing. Marcus is hanging out. Mel's alone. Jace left her. Oh
yeah.
wait, hold on. No, sorry. We gotta talk about good scene first, then bad scene.
Oh
All
yeah.
right. So good scene first. Victor's in the hospital. Jace is there. That's what. So
And
Jace is using Victor over Mel. Good start.
yeah.
And so yeah, basically this is the part where we find out that Victor is dying of mysterious disease.
Of illness.
He is dying of death. They actually never specify any like actual disease.
No.
Or even give a timeline on how long he will be alive for. It's like, I am going to die soon.
It's just that the illness seems to be consistent with like TB.
TB?
Tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis. There you go.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, consumption, as it would have been in the olden days. The sort of like coughing up blood and sort of being weak and continuing from there. He's also got other issues, like he's a cripple, so
His gammy leg, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, yeah. Victor, Jace is here. He's
Victor
just here to
prognosis not good.
he's here to support his boy, and he's like, hey, you know what? Jace is being like a good guy for once, and this is part of the reason why I'm actually liking him for the most part in Act 2.
Mm-hmm.
He does things that are like, you know, consistent. Like they say like this is Jace's character. He cares about these things, and then shockingly, he does things that is like related to that.
Yeah.
He makes decisions that are informed by his motivation, like a
Indeed.
character.
Indeed.
That's great. So anyway, Victor's
Fight!
dying. Yeah, so that happens. So this is why I don't like this scene.
You don't like slow motion knee to the face?
Well, there's slow mo can chill out. I think that there's too much of it in the world. But the problem I have with this is, I'm not really sure why Vi has just like abandoned Caitlyn here at this point. Like, I guess she doesn't care about Caitlyn, but I mean, like, she seemed to be willing to like cooperate with her to the point of like at least working together towards the same goal. So I'm not sure why she has like just effectively abandoned her at this point.
No, that's true.
It seems to me like if they are not working together, then there should have been a scene that made it explicit that they are not working together. If they are working together, then why are they not coordinating their efforts at all? Like, they don't have cell phones in this world. Like, she can't just call Caitlyn and be like, "Hey, we're gonna meet up here at X time."
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's just walking around at this point.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, the fight scene was fun. We now see Savika's secret weapon.
Fine. The fight scene is the best part of the scene. The problem is everything leading up to the fight scene.
Yeah.
And this is the problem, right? We're doing that thing again where we're getting to the fun action bit and the emotional payoff of having people fight each other that we want to see fight each other without actually paying mind to the story beats that will lead them into this fight.
Yeah. So we're getting to the what without getting to the why.
The whole point of the brothel scene that is pointless and doesn't actually get us anywhere.
Yeah.
Is that they're supposed to be there for information. One of the people they're getting information on is this exact person that Vi just ran into.
Mm-hmm.
This is Silco's number 2. This is Savike. She was trying to find people close to Silco to fight them.
And she did it.
And her informant couldn't give her anything useful, and basically said try again later. But Vi, just randomly wandering around on the streets by herself, just accidentally stumbled upon Savike. Like, we have no reason to think that she sought her out in a specific place based on specific information. She just wandered into this tavern or whatever.
Yeah.
And found her. So it's like, this is that problem that I was trying to go into last time we did this, about characters are just meeting up coincidentally in places, and then they're just responding to the situation as it unfolds. Right. Rather than people taking actions, learning information, then acting on that information, things are just kind of happening randomly. And that's not good storytelling. That is not a good way to tell a story. It's not even an opinion. That is a bad way to tell a story. And this is now a second really egregious example of that happening in this story.
In 5 episodes.
And it annoys me. It frustrates me that people will just gloss over that because there was a big musical montage and they were too busy going, Imagine Dragons, and then someone gets kicked in the face. Like, they people just breeze through that, and there's like, she found him. Whatever, fight scene. And whatever, the fight scene's great, but I don't care.
That Chemtech arm, though.
Have happened. Yeah, Chemtech arm, woohoo!
I was about to say, you just wanted to keep going there, because I was just going to bring my food over. Just breaking the magic of TV and video here. Food's arrived, so
yeah.
I'm gonna nom.
If you're willing to eat, then go for it. I guess I can just keep ranting. That's all I'm good for in these damn videos. But but yeah, it's just like all we needed to know was like, all we needed was a scene where she's like, I don't know where Silco is or what he's up to these days, but I do know that you know his number two happens to frequent this particular tavern. If you're lucky, you might find her there tonight. Go and have a look if you're really curious, but I wouldn't recommend it. Silco's bad juju. I wouldn't get wrapped up with him if I were you. And then Vi is like, okay, yeah, thanks. I'm gonna go do it anyway. Like, it's so easy to fix some of these scenes. It's so easy to add and modify small pieces of dialogue that make these scenes make sense. And it's just like it frustrates me not just because the scene isn't being told as well as it could be, or the story isn't being told as well as it could be, but it frustrates me because it's right there. It's right there on the table. It takes me minutes as a person who's not a writer. Like, I don't even have any experience doing this. My only experience is watching and reading other people's stories. And even for me, it takes me minutes to conceive of a better form of this story, of a small yet near perfect fix to these scenes that were crafted by teams of people who are being paid a lot of money and have many hours, many collective man hours working on this. And it's just like, it's such a simple fix. Why did this not come up in the writing room? And it's just like, and I just can't get invested. It's like, when you have these fight scenes, it's like, I guess it's a cool fight scene. It gives me something to look at, but I can't get invested in it because I can't believe the stakes of this fight, because I cannot believe that these characters are actually meeting each other right here, right now. I don't believe that this should be happening right now. You cannot convince me with all of your editing and cutting and visuals and music that this could be happening right now. You're just saying that it is happening and expect me to just not care. That's and you know what? It's not a problem that's unique to Arcane. There's so many examples of this, especially in a lot of modern films and TV shows that do similar things, where it's just like, there's a very simple way you could change this and fix this. It makes this a lot more cohesive, a lot more tight. And all you got to do is change one or two lines of dialogue, add a quick 10-second scene, cut a 10-second scene out, and you're golden. But you just didn't do that. And my only conclusion is because it's like, it's clearly not resource intensive to make this change. So the only thing I'm left with, if it's not too expensive to make, is that you just didn't think of this. And that's problematic, considering, again, how much people make when they make these kinds of shows, how much they're paid to create these shows. It's like, if you're going to be paid millions of dollars to do a thing that a fraction of a percent of people in the world are ever going to have an opportunity to do, you may as well do a good job.
That's true.
Good enough isn't is lame. It's unsatisfying.
It's bit that I guess it's bits like that sort of detract on the sort of the high quality of other scenes that have happened in the same show.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. So, yeah, that's, to be fair, that's why you're as critical as you are on it. That's why this is not, to me, the perfect show. Because
it's far from perfect.
Perfection is something to be strived for, not attained. Sorry, that's just how it is, in my opinion. But yeah, it's not there. Like I say, I've said I'm a bit more lenient on that, but it's still not. It's not the big perfect show.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah. Fighto Fighto happens. Vi realizes that Jinx is not only alive, but hasn't been kidnapped by Silco, as opposed to working with him. Savika doing the classic thing of henchman provides character with information before trying to mortally wound them.
Well, it's like I can believe it. I can believe that she would say that either to like torment her because she was like an evil person, or if she did it like specifically to like surprise her or to catch her off guard so that she could create an opening.
Yeah.
Like for strategic purposes. If she's doing it either sadistically or strategically, I believe either of those motivations, and I don't really need an explicit reference for either of them. I can believe either or both of them in this moment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it confirms it with her next line after she tells her that and stabs her with a steel tip thing. So it's just, I'll send her your regards. Which is generally due to the bit of, right, I should be able to get rid of you now. I can tell you this information because I'm happy to know that you're not going to be able to do anything with it.
So, like, Savika's hand, I guess, is like a knife.
She has clawed fingers on the arm.
So do we have a reference for how many times over the course of this scene Savika punches Vi with her clawed hand? Because I feel like if it's more than one, Vi is dead in this scene, right? Like every time, 100% of the time?
Yeah, I guess.
Because like if you have the opportunity to punch somebody, you have an opportunity to stab them. Those are basically the same motion.
Mm-hmm.
And if she has had an opening... Yeah, okay, there's one right there. Okay, so that is... What is that about? It's about 33 minutes. She basically grapples Vi, tells her about I don't know what she says. I've got the thing on volume, but she basically headbutts her a bunch of times, throws up against the wall, and then boom, gut punch with the robot arm. So that's a stabbing opportunity right there.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be pretty deep. That would be a fatal ass stab right there, right in the abdomen, for sure. Yeah. So there. So we got that one. That was almost okay. That was a scratch. They actually tried to go for the knife that time.
So it's clear that she had the opportunity to do so.
She's had at least one, if not multiple, other opportunities to hit her with the clawed arm, and she just chose. Yeah. Okay. Now she's got. About 30 seconds later, she's got her hand on Vi's throat. Crush. Do a little bit of this, maybe? With a robot hand?
Mm-hmm.
You know, robot hands that aren't limited by flimsy biology and can just keep crushing forever. So, like, Vi should die immediately at this point.
Mm.
It's another one of my favorite tropes. One of my favorite things that...
I believe the term in this is pulling a Deckard.
Yeah,
you know?
So, yeah.
He had the knife the entire time, so why did he do the fist fight?
Yeah, so... And her hand is on his throat for a long time. Like, we're talking like 10 seconds at least.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually takes her hand off of Vi's throat to then instead press her forearm against her cheek in a strictly less advantageous position. So what? Burn her face? I don't even know. Like she could have. She clearly wants to kill Vi. Like she is not intentionally sparing her life for any reason. So why is she just throwing away so many wide open opportunities to kill her throughout this fight?
Henchman trope. Stuff ends up having a trope in the same way. Oh. Yeah,
it's just like but like that's like not an excuse, right? Like I don't mean to sound like an asshole.
I'm not suggesting it is.
But like for real though, like when it happens so often that you have to call it a trope, then you realize that there's a lot that this comes up a lot, and it is a problem in a lot of stories, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know, and
I
again,
guess
this is
on
what I
that
mean.
though,
Like,
tropes are there for a reason. It's like stereotypes can only occur if they keep happening anyway.
right. So and if they're bad tropes, then let's stop doing them, right? That seems like the right thing to do.
Hmm?
You know, it's not like tropes don't just, spontaneously burst into existence. You have to write the show first, and then you identify the trope within your writing. And when you realize, oh, the trope has appeared in my writing, and it's a bad trope, and it's an easy fix, rewrite the scene. Write the trope out of your scene. And so she has that. It's a whole big fight scene. It's great.
Yeah.
Love it.
Vi's about to take a fatal blow from Savika, and pew!
Was there anything else that was going on?
Well, the fight was
Was there
still
any other,
happening at that point, wasn't there? There was no other interspersed scenes on that.
was there other stupidities going on?
It was just Caitlyn saves Vi, and
Yeah, no,
Savika
it's
gets away.
fine. Which is kind of like, they do establish like, Caitlyn's a pretty good shot. No, sorry, no, it wasn't something in the scene. It was just something else I wanted to say about it. It's like this is again what I was going back to about, like, it's a cool fight scene, but like I was saying at the beginning of the video, I can only get invested in the stakes of the fight if I understand everyone's goals and I know what they're trying to do, and they continue to do that thing throughout the fight. If Savika is trying to kill Vi, it takes me out of the scene when I see her in a position to kill Vi and she does not kill Vi. If Vi is trying to kill Savika, which maybe she is, maybe she isn't, if she takes an opportunity to kill her and she doesn't, then that's a problem. The fact that she is trying to interrogate Savika, she's trying to get information from her, so she is not trying to kill Savika necessarily.
No.
So it makes sense that she would, spare her and not try to end her.
But she needs to know what's going on.
But that's just not the same thing for both of these characters.
Mm-hmm.
So, I just don't know what to do with that.
How about we get away from that hang up then? Because it's a big one. We know we taught that there's a problem. We've acknowledged it. We need to just find all the other things for you. Where are we now? No.
Yeah,
let's move.
Kayla shoots Savike, even though she totally could have killed her. She shoots her arm instead.
She's probably trying the enforcement idea of we may find her later. Maybe that's the sort of thing. I mean, to be fair,
maybe
she destroys.
She does take multiple shots at Savike though, which is worth pointing out. Like if she shot her once just to like whatever, disable her arm and save her life, but not actually like kill her, that's one thing. But she takes multiple shots at Savike, which suggests to me that she was either trying to cripple her or kill her, one or the other. It doesn't seem to me like she was intentionally not killing her, kind of thing. Like it doesn't read that way.
I guess on the fact that she was literally trying to disarm her.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, she succeeds at doing. She destroys the top of the arm, which means it's not pumping the shimmer into the arm, and that's sort of does that. And then I guess one can only assume the other couple of shots are just to make sure, it's not an easy repair job.
Yeah.
But yeah, that happens. We get a little bit of an exchange of Caitlyn being called a cupcake again, which she says she really doesn't like it. Her name's Caitlyn. And Vi's just like, no, but you're sweet, like a cupcake. And it makes it seem like there's this begrudging relationship going on, a little bit of a back and forth, and that's where we go from there. Now, we do need to consider the fact that we're near the end of this episode. And according to notes here, there's a lot of scenes, more interspersion. There's Hextech shit. There's Jinx successfully making the Hextech thing work. Savika wanders into Silco's office and goes, Vi's back. To which the last words of the episode are Silco going, "From the dead."
It's just like I don't believe that for a second. I don't think that Silco has any evidence whatsoever that Vi has passed away.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. There is sort of conversations with Marcus that do happen in the next episode that. And so I explain what Marcus lied about.
I guess, but it's like, what did he think that he said? Like, if his information comes from Marcus, right? Marcus can only tell him one of two things: either he found her body and brought her somewhere, or he killed her. Which he's obviously not going to believe the latter, because enforcers don't just fucking execute people unless they're like an active threat. I mean, yeah, enforcers are assholes, but they're not like they're not fucking movie monsters. Like they have a job. They do have to follow the law.
Plus, it's Marcus.
So it's like, but like, Silco knows that Vi's body was not at the scene of the lab. She wasn't vaporized. So that was the last time he saw her.
Yeah.
So without a body, I can't imagine that he would have any reason to believe that she had died. So I'm not sure what he means by back from the dead.
Yeah. Well, so I can only go off what we then learn in the next episode. I mean, at the time, yeah, there would be a question. What? Hold on. I thought she just ran off, licked her wounds, decided, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. But he didn't. He went specifically with that. Right, so I'm noticing a theme, by the way, as we get to episode 6, when the walls come crumbling down. Seems that the last episode of an act involves a flashback. And this one is Victor's flashback.
Yes, Victor gets a little flashback of when he was a little boy.
Yeah, living in the fissures.
Built himself a little clockwork ship that he sent down a river. Obviously overtuned it because it way outspeeds him.
It yeets down the river. But slightly before that, though, him having a little a longing-eyed look into a girl that's above the rocks. Who they both stare at each other. Who's Sky? The assistant to Victor.
Oh, is that who
that we saw in the episode past? Yes.
I wasn't
it's very
sure.
slightly said someone calls out her name before she runs back off.
Okay.
And that's where that sort of comes from. It's if you weren't there to know it, you'd easily miss it. It's one of those ones. But his little toy boat ends up somewhere through a cavern after he face plants on the floor. And who do we see?
We see this is I hope I got this right. This is the guy, right? The scientist that was working for Ahsoka?
Yes.
AKA Singed?
Indeed.
Okay. I was like pretty confident, but like, boy, it'd be really embarrassing if this turned out to be a totally different creepy scientist guy. But yeah, Singed. He exists. Currently unsinged.
And we clearly see at this point what would then become the beginning points of Shimmer.
Shiver. When you shake and shiver.
Through
he's got some kind of weird glowing cave fungus that he's feeding to this giant axolotl creature.
Yeah, called Rio, who is a downloadable little legend in League of Legends. So now that you see Rio in League of Legends, you're not going to see Rio the same way again. through Arcane, but we'll get there.
They should have like the different stages of like the 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 3OT,
Being
like gradually more transformed.
problematic, should we say? Yeah. Um,
But yeah, so he presents himself as sort of like this is a sort of just a lonely, kindly doctor fella who wants to who he says he's trying to like, I don't know, help this creature, and
the mutation must survive.
the mutation
Is his
must survive.
is his big key word for that. He doesn't tell Victor how the mutation must survive, but it must survive.
And yeah, Victor wants to help or whatever. So I guess this is
they want to be loners together.
yeah,
Which doesn't make sense, but still. When we then like snap cut to. Oh, I am being a little bit loud with my food.
It's okay. Yeah, I'll help you. We jump to Victor and Heimerdinger having a little bit of a scene.
Yes.
And Victor's kind of just lamenting the fact that, with him dying soon, that
that he won't
his
have a legacy.
contributions. Yeah, he won't have much of a legacy. His contributions, as impressive as they are right now, are going to eventually fade away because he won't be able to live long enough to,
see the results of his work.
Yeah, see the results of his work and fully fulfill his dream. Like he's only this is only the beginning stages of Hex Tech.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that's the scene. Then we jump to Mel, who's painting.
Who at this point hasn't or is unaware of Victor's condition.
Yes.
Because Jace just upped and left and didn't say a word. So she's feeling a little pissed off.
He didn't know at the time either, to be fair.
Yeah. But she's a little miffed.
Sure, I would be. Both of these characters are behaving reasonably.
Yeah, understandably, on that point.
But of course Jace doesn't waste any time. He immediately is just like,
Victor's dying.
To which Mel, thank God, I'm glad she's not this much of an asshole. She immediately is like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah. And she effectively at this point sacrifices her relationship with Jace to make sure that And by the way, there was a disturbance in the Force. The cries of a million League of Legends fans and Victor Jace shippers all cried out when the sex scene happened. By the way, like, no, we're not going to get our thing.
Whatever.
And it also slightly disappeared a little bit more when Jace said that he considers Victor like a brother. So it's more of a family relationship rather than a,
I don't care. It's like I do not practice shipping. It is I for the most part it's something I just vehemently dislike.
I'm just going off it in terms of I see that as a character dynamic. Just the sort of ideas of just like we don't want to go into the whole idea of I'm not going to mention it because there was the whole idea with the first act that look, we're going to put these guys in a relationship that we're never going to pay off. I believe it has a term.
Standing 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Yeah, I believe actually, no, screw it. I believe the term is queer baiting, which is sort of idea of
what's going on about.
I've just mentioned it now. Queer baiting, the act of putting characters together to make it look like there is going to be a relationship, particularly in regards to sort of gay and lesbian relationships, but then not paying it off by some sort of act one way or another that prevents that happening, either internally in the actual episode itself or externally in regards to audience factors and feedback. To take into account on this, that League of Legends is owned by Tencent in China, who look down on homosexual relationships, and considering that one of the bigger market audiences would be in there, that's where it's come up. Like I said, it was a bit of a thing that I didn't really want to explain, and I've sat there and made a doofus of myself by explaining it.
Or they could just be friends. That's okay too.
Well, that's what looks like it's
7 feet apart because they're not gay. It's like it's okay. Like it's okay. Like it's we'll get past it. Like it's fine that Jace and Victor aren't in a relationship. I never this whole like Jictor thing. I don't even know what the fuck. I didn't think that they were going to be gay. I just thought that they were just like people who had a mutual interest in the sciences, and that in particular one of them felt like they could have benefited on a personal level from its existence. And I just like, this is
Yeah.
we could be buddies here. We could sort something out.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah. Well, Jace
yeah.
sees them as brothers anyway, so that's what we got in regards
Which
to
is
that.
fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
It can be brotherly. In fact, if you ask me, I think brotherly is almost like, in a way, it's almost too close. Like it's like man, they really, 4 or 5 years they've been working together. They really stepped it up. I mean, before they were just like colleagues, and now they're like, wow, they're that close. They've had a lot to go. They've gone through a lot the last 4 or 5 years, apparently.
Yeah.
To me, so it's, I don't know. It's about the whole gay thing. Like, I mean, Caitlyn's gaying it up in the brothel. I don't know.
Well, that's the concern that a lot of people have, where the established law relationship is never explicitly defined, but Veitlin, that'd be probably the Veitlin.
Do we really need to do like the ship names? Can we just?
Well, we could do.
We just talk.
Caitlyn and Vi.
Can we just talk about these characters like they're people and not just like just
fan fiction? Yeah, I
things.
Right, but yeah, the whole idea of Caitlyn and Vi is it's heavily insinuated that they are in a relationship, and then that they are not just sheriff and deputy.
They're
a couple.
You mean
it's
insinuated in the show or the game or the what?
In lore. So remember, like I said, I was looking at seeing if this expands on universe lore that's in there. In universe, they are heavily implied that they are a couple.
Okay.
Stuff that gets a little bit closer in the actual episode, and we'll dig into that, or we'll see examples of that as it goes along from there. But yeah, so
Okay.
that's where it comes from. A lot of the audience concerns on that is because of the Tencent connection. Will they actually go through with it, or will they just, find reasons not to? But we move on, because otherwise we're just going to be sitting there talking about relationship dynamics all day. So yeah, according to my notes here, Victor is still messing with the hex core. Notices at this point, and this is a flashback that does work, because he did see it with his eyes. Well, kind of. I guess kind of. A lot better than the whole Jinx one, anyway. Realizing that his blood is still on the table for the hex core, and noticing that it's reacting to organic matter, he experiments a bit more, and gets where he needs to be in regards to that. But yeah, that's sort of Victor's, big breakthrough at that point. And then then we have Jinx times.
Yeah, Jinx.
Where we're back at the last drop, and the barman is just, messing around, notices a gush of wind at the door, and get jump scared by Jinx. Jinx scared, if you will. Jinx assumes that the barman's name is Chuck. It's not. But she decides it's Chuck anyway.
Either that or his name is Chuck, and he's like trying to be like, no, I've got my own cool name now. It's this. And it's like, no, Chuck, get over yourself. I don't know if it's supposed to be like she's just crazy and giving him a name, or if that actually is his name and that's the dynamic. It's not really clear.
I mean, we're still on the idea, though. I do notice at this point that Jinx is teetotal.
Sorry, who?
So Jinx is teetotal. The act of not drinking. The act of not drinking alcohol. Because she's still having her soda or whatever her juice is. Yeah, teetotal is the act of not drinking alcohol.
Okay.
By choice, as opposed to, stuff. You can have drank alcohol and then decide to be teetotal. Well, yeah, okay. That's what we got. I only go on that because it's the same sort of scene where Vander had poured Jinx a drink, in the second episode, and it was in her cup with a straw, and drinking there, and it's exactly the same. She's got her drink and she likes it. While she's
Well,
trying to.
she's also like 16, so like I don't even know. It's like maybe we shouldn't be feeding the minor alcohol in anyway.
Well, I guess it's also Zorn. Anything seems to happen.
I don't know. I didn't see Vi drinking no booze, and she absolutely would have.
I guess. Well, maybe this is just me and my deep over analyzing stuff anyway. But yeah, Jinx decides she wants to know why the last drop's so empty, and the barman basically says, "Well, everyone's out looking for 2 girls. I mean, not me, but we're looking for 2 people. It's a pickup."
Well, no, he says there's like it's like they're grabbing some girls. And it's like, well, not me. I'm not grabbing girls. I'm just hanging out. So yeah.
I think at that point Jinx puts A and B together, involving Savika as well. She rewards the information of the barman by attaching a paint grenade to his back.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be fun.
No.
But hey, you know what? She didn't blow him up, so I guess good for her.
That's fair. So, when does she meet Savika at this point?
Later. Right now, this is just Vi and Caitlyn are still on the run.
Oh yeah.
Vi's bleeding out. Despite the fact that she's bleeding out to the point where she's barely conscious, she decides to try and park her way down an old, I guess it probably used to be a water tower.
Yeah, it's like an old abode that's got this really ominous cult sign.
Yeah, and she eats shit. She
she does.
Hits every branch of the ugly tree on the way down.
Yeah, I believe on a show somewhere that would have been called X Character Survives This.
I would have to say that would be. It is a little bit like without magic, I can't really explain how this fleshy woman survives.
Dropping, a 30-foot drop, bashing on every bit of masonry,
which is only interrupted by a single beam of wood about halfway down the drop.
Yeah, but I guess she's already mortally wounded. How worse can it get?
Yeah, it's like I would take I guess if they were like people like right on their ass, which I guess is the implication, I would take the possibility of not dying versus the certain death of not trying. So it's like we got desperate times kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, we hide out in this house, and Caitlyn. Hold on.
All right.
God damn it! I'll cut this bit.
So I can talk while you're eating. Basically, we get a shot of the firefly leader is like watching them. We don't really get much beyond that. He's just there. He's got his keyblade. He's hanging out.
Yeah.
Then it's the scene with Jinx and Savika.
Yeah. So Savika walks into Silco's office and just goes, "Yeah, we lost Vi." It's not Silco she's speaking to. It's Jinx.
It's Jinx.
We need
to have a conversation about how logistics work and travel time work. So in this scene, Savika has been attacked by Caitlyn and Vi, and barely scurries away. Somehow, in the time it takes for her to get attacked and break away, enough time passes that other people that are loyal to Silco have, heard about them and are currently in pursuit of Caitlyn and Vi. To the point where this bartender guy knows about it.
Yeah.
Jinx, having heard. Go ahead.
I was about to say at this point as well, Savika has already been at the last drop once before. She spoke to Silco at the end of the episode and went.
Okay, wait, hold on. So she went.
So
right at the end of the last episode, so she went to the last drop.
She reported to Silco that Vi's back.
And then
remember the whole line, and then she's disappeared again
and then she left, and then wait, she was telling Silco. Wait, then where is Silco in this time?
Silco, I
How is
think, is. I think.
because we know where he is at the end of the episode.
Mm-hmm.
So how does he end up there, and Savike doesn't know where he is?
Mm.
Like, surely he would have said, or at least indicated that he was going to be in like pursuit of
Yeah. I
them, if
think,
that's what he was going to do, right?
dear Watson, I think we found a hole.
And then, it's like you would think he would either stay there and she would know that he was going to stay there,
Mm.
or he would leave immediately and she would know that he had left immediately. So there's no reason for her to go back and report to a person who either is or is not there. It's freaking Schrodinger's Silco.
Mm.
Then the good news is that actually fixes one of my other plot holes. It just creates a new one. I was
Yeah.
gonna ask about how the hell Jinx managed to find out about this whole manhunt and set up this elaborate trap and get here ahead of Savike before she got there. So that plot hole is fixed because we know that more time has passed than I originally thought.
Yeah.
The bad news is it introduced another plot hole as to why the hell
Why the
Savike
hell
is even here in the
Saviko is
first place.
reporting to us someone who shouldn't have been there in the first place?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I thought about that. I've just thought about that now, by the way. It's took 2 watchings and I didn't even think anything of it. And then it was just in trying to sort of intercept what you were probably about to say. I sort of had an epiphany as that happened.
Yeah.
So
yeah, thanks, Ryan. You saved me there.
yeah, and ruined myself in the process. Um,
Oops.
Well, we might as well just continue on
Oops,
then at
all
this
plot
point.
holes.
Yeah. So Savika ends up again not looking down, and
Yeah.
activates a gas grenade tripwire.
Yeah, which I guess Jinx set that up because she knew somehow for certainty that Savike would be the next person to walk into that room, and
Yeah.
not literally anyone else who works for Silco or
Yeah,
Marcus.
or even Silco himself.
Sure. So maybe Silco's like, I hate running around. I'll just let the other guys do with it and have them bring Vi here.
Yeah.
Meg's like, Jinx, I'm back.
Jinx, what are you doing here? Did I like a
Which
little bit of I did like the little bit of animation as Savika is trying to like look to claw at Jinx. She can't quite make it, to which you just see Jinx's hand just do a little wave, twinkle of the fingers as she passes out, and then proceeds to interrogate her. Which again, another line from Jinx, another line that I actually liked from Jinx. I feel that we got off on the wrong arm. Let's try the other one.
Yeah, I guess I guess Jinx is the one who like blew her arm off. So that's not actually it fits. That is technically how they were introduced to each other.
Yeah.
Um.
Though at that point, I guess again, Jinx wouldn't have seen that.
Yeah. I'm sure it's come up in conversation. In the 5 years it's been since they started working together.
Yeah.
One thing I don't like about Savike at this scene is that she is constantly like agitating and using inflammatory language against the person who has just tied her up and is holding a knife at her throat.
And who she should have also known in this 5-year period not to do that, because she knows how unstable Jinx is when she does that.
It's like even when she's in a good mood, she's accidentally shooting people. That's like she's not supposed to be shooting, and she's like beating. She's causing a lot of collateral damage. Like you want to really piss her off, and
and here she's found out that her sister, who she's been told is dead, is quite the opposite. Oh, well,
very alive,
she's
and that
alive at the moment.
she's I guess she's been like deceived or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's her big revelation, is that she was told that she was dead the whole time, and that's how Silco, I guess, has been able to keep an influence on her, even though she kind of denounced her even before she had proof of her death.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of not really sure where this is coming from.
I think
But
we're chalking this up on the idea of Jinx is not well, um,
I guess.
and that's sort of where that's still coming from, really.
Don't
You
you
know,
find that annoying though when you have a character who is not mentally well and you know the problem with having crazy characters in a show, right?
mm,
Here's the problem, especially when they're a main character. Uh, is that they essentially give the writer license to just kind of do whatever they want because a crazy person can be relied upon to be unreliable. Their job is to be a walking random number generator.
mm,
Because if a crazy person, you know, walks off a cliff and kills herself, that that's fine because they're crazy and they can just do that. If a crazy person walks into a bar and orders a drink and has a good time, that's okay because she's crazy. Because she can do random things, you know. And it's essentially like you can't really account for the motivations and mental states and wants and desires of a crazy person because they're crazy and
mm-hmm.
because it's impossible to, you know, it's impossible to establish like this is who they are, this is what they want, and this is what they are going to do because, you know, they are inherently unpredictable. That's their job in
Yeah,
the stories to be unpredictable. And so it's like if they do something or they say something, you can't go back and say, well, this is not, this is incongruous with how she's been established as a character because she can be whoever she wants to be. That's what crazy people do.
mm,
And yeah, and and it's like I find them difficult to work with as part of like a main cast because one of the things that I care the most about when it comes to starting his stories is assessing whether a character's arc like makes sense. If they how that them responding appropriately to things that happen to them and then taking further actions in response to those things that have happened to them that is based on their motivation. That's a big part of what I like to look at when it comes to storytelling.
mm-hmm.
When you have a crazy person and it's just like something happens to them, they could respond to that situation in 100 different ways that are technically possible and valid responses for a crazy person to have. And I can't go back and say, well, that's not right. It's like, well, how do you know? Her brain doesn't work. You know, and I don't know. It's just they're just difficult to write for because like at any moment the writer can just use their craziness as an out to change the circumstances of the scene that they're in
Mm,
or change the direction of their story.
yeah. I get you. I guess that's I can just
I may have not.
chalk
I
that
may
up
not
with
have. I may not have said that in quite the best way, but it's essentially you know I'm essentially trying to say that like crazy characters are inherently inconsistent and therefore assessing them is just hard.
tough. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I guess we'll make it less tough for you now. We'll move it on a little bit. We got that in Savika's interrogation. Basically, she roused Jinx up enough, and it's just like, yeah, blah blah blah. We're gonna go and kill your sister, and the enforcer that she's with as well. And she pushed that point home. And Jinx is just, oh no, it's alright. I'll find a way of making sure everyone knows what's going on. We don't find out what she did to Savika until like right at the end of the episode, but something happens. Part of that, that thing about reading ahead in the thing and remembering what happened and where Silco was and what he was doing and why he was out. He was never initially chasing Vi. He was at Marcus's house.
Yeah, apparently he was. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually I kind of like the scene for the most
Mm,
part.
yeah.
Um,
There just quickly set the scene on this. Marcus comes back. Is a bit. I think at this, has he? Has he spoke with Jace yet? No, he must. He does it afterwards because of how the end of the episode sets up. So he comes back. He's decided he doesn't want to be a sheriff for the day and wants to go up and see his daughter. And he goes up and sees that she's happily playing cards with Silco and 2 henchmen.
Mm-hmm.
Henchman number 1, by the way, the one that sits there and reading through the book. So Timo is he's a character of a story.
Is it Timo?
Yeah, that's about as much as we get for Timo. Is that he seems to be a character in folklore, and not the
okay, he's in the book. Yeah, okay.
yeah, and not the absolute evil, recon scout genius planting mushrooms as he is. Even though apparently it is in lore that Timo gets all his finest toxic mushrooms from Zorn.
See, this is like the most Silco scene that we get, and this is actually like really getting close to what I would have wanted more of from Silco. This is the kind of thing where it's like you could just have Silco show up at Marcus's house with a bunch of goons and just sort of like, like he's playing cards with his daughter. He's not like, he's not smashing up the place.
Yeah.
But like his very presence in, Marcus's private life is it's a very passive, very subtle, but threat. It's like, it's sort of like, without saying a word about what he'll do to Marcus if he doesn't do XYZ, he's basically saying, this is what's at stake. Do as I say, or this is what I can do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that kind of like really like subtle stuff where it's like just being there in the room, just showing Marcus what he can and is willing to do.
Just the implied threat is enough.
Yeah, it's way more effective too. So another thing, so to give it to have a comparison point, in Game of Thrones, and there's an equivalent scene in the books too. But in Game of Thrones, there's this character called Varys, or Varys, and his whole thing is that he's like a spy master. He works for the king, and he's basically like the center of intelligence for the whole kingdom. He has all kinds of characters. He's like children essentially, who work as like a spy network for him and collect information for him. And he's so good at this job that he almost seems like omniscient to people who don't know him better, because he just knows things that that by all reason he shouldn't know about. So he's a very powerful character, but in a very quiet and subtle way. His ability to gather information and sort of use it against people. And in one of the scenes, there's a scene where Tyrion Lannister has his like girlfriend / whore, just sort of chilling in his room. It's like kind of a secret. She's not. People aren't really supposed to know that she's here, and he's trying to keep her sort of secret because he's in a position of political power. And if they find out that he's been fucking around with a whore, that's like bad news for him. So Varys shows up in one scene, and he's just having a nice, pleasant conversation with Tyrion's girlfriend. And it's one of those scenes where it's like, at first it plays off like a normal dialogue scene, but then she leaves the scene. And just as Varys is about to leave the room, Tyrion slams his hand on the door. It's like, it's like if you threaten me again, I'll have you thrown into the sea. Because essentially the implication is like, I know about your whore. This is basically what it comes down to. It's like, I know about her. I could tell anybody I want. I might not. But I know, and that's the important thing. It's a very quiet and very subtle threat. He never says a word explicitly about it, but just being there is this threatening part. So Tyrion's just like, I know how this game is played. You threaten me again, I'll have you thrown into the sea. And then then he opens the door, and Varys just sort of like very slowly puts his hand on the door. He's like, you might be disappointed if you tried. So just like very quiet threats like that, very low key power like that. I like to see more of that in my fiction.
Fair
You
enough.
know?
Fair enough. It's funny you mentioned the Game of Thrones reckoning relevance. I initially just got caught up on the idea that I thought the guy who voiced Silco was in Game of Thrones, but it's not. It's the guy who voices Victor. Harry Lloyd. Have I got that right? Sure, he was in it. He checks as he checks his cast stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone's in it. Yeah, no, he is. He's Daenerys Targaryen's brother. Meets a golden end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's your voice of Victor.
Yeah.
So
Neat.
just to wrap it all back round. Right, what's next then? I think we're back in
Jace and
we're either with Jace and
Victor.
Victor. Yeah, this is where Victor shows Jace the breakthrough of the hexacore, right? The
Yes,
organic matter.
it makes organisms go burr, and
Yeah, and then they go, ugh.
and then they go bleh.
Yeah,
So he's like, okay, good news is it goes burr. Bad news is it goes bleh. We need to make it go burr and
and
not
stay that
go
way.
bleh. Stay like that, because then, like, cure
I
all
might live.
diseases. Cure all diseases, immortality. Also, I won't die.
Yeah,
Pretty important stuff, I would say.
yeah. So Jace is like, right, that's cool. Let's get Heimerdinger, and we'll explain all that. That's a bad decision. What makes you think that Heimerdinger at this point, knowing how wrong everything else goes with magic, would suddenly go, yeah, this seems legit for Victor's life. Certainly.
I don't know. I guess he's
Yeah.
thinking like, he likes science stuff. Maybe he'll be chill with this. Plus, it's like maybe the idea is like he knows that he can convince the other council members to go along with it. It's like, all he has to do is go money, and then everyone else goes yes, more of this, yes,
Yeah.
more. So Heimer is really like the only person he actually needs to convince of this stuff. So maybe that's why he's
That's why he tries it.
focusing on him.
Doesn't go very well though, as we'll sort of explain in another scene. Caitlin trying to help Vi, have an unmortal wound, as opposed to the one that she currently has. I mean, there was a little bit of a back and forth in a sort of previous scene of Vi still not trusting anyone topside, even Caitlin, who saved her life, and is trying to find a way of, paying her back and saving her life again.
It is a point. It is at a point like you're literally dying at this point, so it's like you literally can't lose anything by just letting her do whatever she wants.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if she like immediately stabs you in the throat right now and kills you, which obviously she wouldn't do. Like that is literally not worse than what is currently happening to you.
Yeah.
So you may as well just
let her do it.
Just let her help.
Yeah. As she's clearly wanting to do. So, that happens. So Caitlin goes out on a search for trying to find something and encounters Hook, the weaselly little trader from the first episode. The one that Vander steps in to help with the deal that he was almost certainly going to lose beforehand. She encounters him. He's very, very heavily mutated because he's clearly got a shimmer addiction. But hopes to find a doctor or an apothecary who would help cure Vi of her malady of being stabbed in the stomach.
Yeah. And all this is also happening interspersed within other scenes, but we'll just do what we did before. We'll just continue on with this scene. So basically, they basically find this, I don't know, Deus Ex witch machina.
It's a witch doctor of some sort, isn't it? And just
who's like
ailment.
Here. He's like ailment. It's like she's been stabbed. It's like, all right, cool. Drink this. He's like trade. Gun. So she gives her a gun. And it's like, yeah, okay.
But that won't be important later.
Considering, you would think This is kind of a weird thing, right? Like, you would think Zon would be loaded with guns, right?
Mm,
Like, even if they're not rich enough to afford to build and manufacture guns, you would think that the criminal presence of Zon would be very interested in smuggling guns from Piltover, right?
yeah. Actually, yeah, that's the point. There has not been. It's all been bladed weapons, hasn't it? Or
Or blunt
blade.
weapons,
Yeah.
you know,
Also,
either
otherwise
blades,
unarmed combat.
bats, and sticks and gauntlets.
Yeah.
No one in Zon has a gun. Everyone has, like, at most a knife. And I
Well,
would
now this witch doctor has a gun.
like Jinx is the only person in all of Zon that has a gun.
Yes.
So, like, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah. That's a thing. Even the firelights don't have. Even the firelights don't have guns. It's all big.
Yeah.
They at least went for sharp, pointy weapons. And
Yeah.
amber grenades, whatever they are.
Yeah. So anyway, that scene happens. She gets her goo juice to save Vi's life.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at the same time, Heimerdinger is having a bit of a Nom flashback, staring at the Hex Tech core.
Yeah, he sees some shit for the third time.
Mm-hmm. And
Note.
sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say he notices that whatever has happened with the hex core that could cause the next room war has affected Victor at some point, and is adamant at that point. Everything needs to be destroyed. I'm sorry, I don't care if Victor dies. More people will die if you go ahead with what you're doing.
Yep. No, he's Heimer. He's sticking to his guns. He's like, I'm sorry, man. Like, this is bigger than you. I hate to say that, but
Yeah.
this is more important than you. If we let this go rampant, everyone is going to die. And it's
Yeah,
just like, yeah, you know what?
League of Legends, the video game, might happen if this is unchecked.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that. I mean, do you know how toxic Summoner's Rift gets? Like, we cannot have that shit.
Yeah.
Not again.
Jace pulls a hot fuzz at this point. Well, we'll see what the council has to say about this.
Yeah. So
It's the second time I
yes,
mentioned hot fuzz in this one episode.
I think. Yeah. Okay. So those two scenes just kind of happen sort of concurrently.
Mm-hmm.
So then we jumped to this is Jace and Hector. No,
Jason
Marcus.
Victor. Marcus.
Marcus.
Yes,
Yeah.
Marcus comes in and dumps the Jinx's grenade, which is the Firelight's grenade in big finger quotes. And well, he debates Jace into locking down Piltover.
Yep.
For
He
for,
sure
for
does.
for at this point, for multiple Marcus reasons.
Yeah. Is that what we're gonna call it now? Is this like when you have an ambiguous motive that is not supported by the actual context of the show, we just call it a Marcus motive, even if it's not belonging to Marcus. We could just say like, it's like, why is Jinx crazy? Marcus motives,
Yeah, because I mean, there's two motives that Marcus has on this. One is to actually protect Piltover, and by extension, his daughter. Because at that point, if he just locks down Zorn, there's no way that Silco could, unless they actually, went and did what he's intended to do for the entirety of the 2 acts so far. Try and reprisal and just attack Piltover, his daughter's safe. The other is it prevents Caitlyn and by extension Vi getting back to Piltover with any sort of evidence. It sort of traps them in the Undercity at that point. So yeah, multiple Marcus motives. The triple M.
Indeed.
Is what happens there.
So then we have another scene, and I think it's fair for me to say this is probably my favorite scene. Definitely in the episode. It might be my favorite scene in the show, actually.
Is it? Is this the council scene now?
This is the council scene where they're basically Heimerdinger's basically like, we've been enjoying the fruits of our Hex Tech stuff for a while now.
Yeah.
But and we've hit a point now where things are growing too rapidly and uncontrollably, and if we keep going, then we're gonna, we're gonna hit a wall, and something bad's gonna happen. So at this point, we need to dial it back now and sort of start over essentially,
Mm.
or to avert disaster, or we're all going to be doomed.
Yeah. To which we get a response from Jace of basically going, "Well, hold on. You want to go back to inaction in regards to solving all our problems. Look where your inaction has got us so far."
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, we've got the whole Shimmer problem down in Zon. We have no plans for how to deal with that.
The
And
so the multiple terrorist incidents that's happened above ground. It's just like, what are you planning to do?
yeah, it's like, you're here telling us that our plans are bad, and whether you're right or wrong is irrelevant to the point of what is your actual plan if
Yeah.
our plans are so bad, kind
Yeah.
of thing. And essentially, Jace is like, he's on one hand, it's like, yes, I actually do care about these problems and they do need to be solved. But the other hand is also like, he has that motive of like, I need Hextech to work because my friend is going to die if I don't get it back on track like
Yeah.
immediately. So
It
he
should.
has that really strong motive as well.
It should be slightly mentioned as well that there was. Well, no, we'll get back to that scene because something concurrent happened with the whole Heimerdinger thing, but
Mm-hmm.
and where Victor ended up because he was like, "I'm going to solve this with the council. You go." Victor basically does the "I know a guy"
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah,
business.
he knows the guy, and we know that he's gonna go and reconnect with Singed Evil Doctor
Yeah,
Man.
yeah. But yeah, they do a dirty, man. They retire Heimerdinger.
Yeah, and basically it's like it works really well because it's like on one hand it pays off the whole like Jace doing the down and dirty with all the other politicians,
Mm-hmm.
and it's satisfying because you understand everybody's motives. You understand why everybody does the things that they do.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the council members are corrupt or just kind of following what's popular. They're here for profit and progress.
Yeah.
Mel is personally invested in Jace for whatever reason, emotionally, sexually, financially, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Jace, obviously, he has an incentive, to continue Hextech because it's his baby, it's a passion project. But it's especially important right now because it is the key. It could be the key to saving his best friend's life.
Yeah.
And so it's like, no one is happy that they're getting rid of Heimerdinger. They all respect him and they
Mm-hmm.
treat him with reverence, including Jace.
But they feel
But
it's the only way moving forward.
it's the
Which,
only way to get the things that they want. And yeah,
yeah,
I think it's a
Heimerdinger has to.
really, this is this is what I mean. Like, it's a great scene because, like I said, you understand every single person's motivation in this room.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, 4 or 5 of them have a very simple motive, but it's a motive nonetheless. You know
Yeah.
what they're about,
Yeah.
and they are making decisions that further their motive, that further them towards their goals.
Yeah.
And that is exactly the kind of thing you want in a good story.
So
And
Heimerdinger in Act 3 comes and takes Piltover back with 8 million turrets, right?
yeah, smaller than the diagram.
I want that quote just as something happens. Some random mook gets hit with a turret and it's just like, ah, woohoo. But yeah, wow, that was a strong scene on that.
Absolutely, as the only person on Earth that is particularly critical of Arcane at all, I am here to say that the council
They
scene where Heimerdinger is essentially voted off the island is the best scene
yeah
in the show. It's
yeah
actually really good.
yeah YouTube. He doesn't hate it all.
Yeah,
See,
look, see,
there you
thumbnail.
go.
I
Point
did
proven.
it.
Yeah.
I did it. I like
No,
the thing.
we've got another thumbnail that we're going to use.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So oh yeah, Jinx. I don't know. Right. So the whole Victor thing happens near the end, isn't it? But it's
Yeah,
not
the Victor
finished yet.
thing does happen pretty late.
Yeah. So
Right now we jump back to
Vi
Vi
gets
and
her
Caitlin,
magic medicine back, and
and
and and and
they give
Caitlin gets this close to Vi's face,
yes,
and then steps back.
Two
She
kids
cares. She
sitting in a
cares.
shack, sitting 5 feet apart because they might be gay. Uh,
She cares. But and we start to you know, Vi starts to recover, but opens the door because she hears noises. At the same time, Caitlin figures out that this is Vi and Powder's old house prior to being adopted by Vanda. Open the door to find Silco and his henchmen and a whole bunch of wasted away addicted shimmerfolk, including Hook, the dirty sellout.
Poor guy.
Yeah, no, I guess this is the sort of, at the end of the day, he was loyal to Shimmer and not much else. Because, I mean, it is actually expanded. Well, while we were waiting for the witch doctor to give him the magic potion, Caitlin does ask Hook as to why he would take it. And he just said he just wanted the option to feel strong. To have the power at his hands. Which,
and hey, you know what? He might be like the minorest of minor characters, but it's like, yeah, it follows. I mean, his big problem in his first scene that he's in is that he's unable to compel bigger, stronger men to take the deal that he wanted because they basically say, we're going to pay you half as much.
Yeah.
And it's like, but the deal is like, deal's gone. What are you gonna do about it? And so he has to get bigger, stronger people to complete the deal for him. So it's like, it actually follows that he has insecurities about being small and weak and not able to stand up for himself. So a little bit of character thing going on there.
Yeah.
By the way, I haven't really clarified this or anything. This is actually the best episode, probably in the whole show. It's actually mostly okay in this whole episode.
Yeah, I would go with that. I would go with that. I would go with that even with our disagreements of how episode 3 was. Episode 6 is, it's good.
Yeah, it's actually pretty solid. Obviously I've pointed out a few things here and there that I'm like, as I want to do, of problems that I have, but I would say overall this is probably the most coherent episode.
Yeah.
I dig it.
So Silco makes a mistake. He monologues.
He does. And then he's punished for monologuing.
Oh, absolutely. And Vi makes sure of that. So while Silco is talking about his big master plan and how he's going to kill Vi and all that, Caitlin is struggling to knock down a bit of scaffold. Which would then, help their situation. To which Vi just all she does is one little quippy line. You talk too much, and one punch woman.
Punches down that building.
Oh yeah.
Punches it right out of here. And Silco's like, God damn it, the building collapsing on me again? How many times can this happen in one villainous career,
Well, at least one more, I reckon. But this this is all happening at the same. So again, this is another one of those TV show bits where we look at multiple characters doing something to haunting music, which I'll be honest, they don't do enough credit. Actually, listen to the full song, which is "Guns for Hire" by Woodkid. That's all happening. The building's collapsed. Silco goes apoplectic and is kicking and stomping on the corpses of his mutated dudes and henchmen or anyone that he could stomp his heel into. He is doing enraged, while Vi and Caitlin have managed to escape. Vi, doing a bit of a heel move, bumps into a Zornite and blames him for her bumping into him with a push away and a middle finger. It's not as good as middle finger as Echo's middle finger from the enemy video, but still. Marcus is basically setting up the troops to blockade Piltover, And Jinx has remembered that for the past 5 years she's got a flare to use for Vi to notice, and notice she does, and we'll sort of get there. But that all happens with a montage, and then
Yep, big old montage.
Then we get a Victor revelation.
Yeah, back in the 90s, where Victor's hanging out with Singed.
Yeah, young Victor
with
goes to
unsinged.
Singe. Yeah.
Pre-singed, with some invisible mushroom thingies.
Yeah,
and,
to then notice that Rio. Oh, poor Rio. This is the 2-star Rio.
Rio's he's having a bad time. So I'm not sure what is the implication here. Is he putting the goo in him, or is he extracting the goo from
I
Rio?
feel that it's like something's happened, that Rio dies without eating the mushrooms. The mushrooms then convert the goo or the infestation or something, the mutation that Rio has, so that Singe can use it for drug making purposes. It feels it's like an extraction sort of thing.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So young Victor,
he was really never invested in the creature himself. Just he was just like, well, it turns out that he has this weird disease that produces a beneficial byproduct that I can use for stuff, and so that's how you find out this. He is actually, in fact, a very sinister man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Singed is a man of few words, but what he says is, hits the characters that he says it to. The mutation must survive. I thought you understood this. Victor, as a child, didn't understand it, but comes back to now Singed, and goes, I understand now. Rio was hit stage 3 at this point, where it is now just an atoxel in...
Axolotl,
an axolotl in a tank.
Yep, he sure is. That would be a really difficult little legend to implement, but they can make it work.
Yeah, they can do that.
But yeah, I guess the implication when he says like, I understand now, is like, yeah, sometimes you gotta do some fucked up shit and compromise your morals to, in the sake of progress, for the sake of getting what you want.
Yeah.
Sort of what he's getting at.
So
yeah, I guess the idea is that he's gonna either ask Singe or get Singed help for to, I guess, figure out how to save his life.
Yeah, it'll probably turn out the key is Shimmer.
I'm not sure which. Yeah, hey, you know what? Shimmer could be it. Maybe some mental destabilizing effects of Shimmer might
help everything going. Yeah.
So let me jump back to Silco.
Yes, it is. Silco at this point comes back to his office. He's took out his frustrations on everyone in range. Sits back in his chair. Notices a bit of luminescent paint drop down on the floor, and he looks up to find Savika. And I don't know at this point, is she unconscious or is she dead?
Well, I don't know. I've made that mistake before.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just gonna be like her thing, where
that's a defining trait. The
defining trait is that she'll be found possibly dead at the end of every act, but actually not be dead.
Yeah.
When it actually comes to it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's actually get a look at her. She's alive. Her eyes are twitching. She's okay.
Right. So she's just been put up in the rafters with liar written all over her.
She's probably been up there for hours, so I imagine the blood rushing to her head has probably messed her up a little bit.
Yeah, well, she survived having her arm magically disappearing, so that's the thing. So so Silco is now aware that Jinx is aware.
Yep. So and speaking, Caitlyn, or Vi and Caitlyn.
Yeah, Vi and Caitlyn meet up. Vi first, meeting up with Jinx.
Right.
Who, Vi's very, very happy to see her. Jinx is a little bit baffled and is questioning whether whether Vi exists. Are you real? Is this the real life?
Is this just Vi to see?
No escape from Jinxality. Um, yeah.
Right.
But yeah, she's doing all that, and then Caitlyn makes the mistake of also coming up the ladder. To which Jinx immediately turns her minigun on her. It's like, who the fuck are you? What's going on? You are working with enforcers, aren't you? You dirty. And she goes into an absolute breakdown. At that point, she's arguing with the voices inside her head. Um,
And this is
which,
kind of what I was talking about before. It's just like, okay,
yeah,
Jinx is now having a freak out moment because she's crazy. Like all and Vi is not exactly helping.
no.
Like literally, all she has to do is like, she let me out of prison. She is the only reason I am here right now.
Yeah, she
We would
helped
never
me
have.
find you. Now,
Yeah.
granted, now Caitlyn's put two and two together and realised that Vi's sister just happens to be the terrorist she was hunting the entire time as well.
Which is a whole thing.
Yeah, so that's all happened. Um, Vi just manages to stop Jinx from shooting her just by brushing the minigun away. She's just like, nah,
I was like, put that down. You're gonna hurt somebody.
yeah, yeah, put that down, stop that. You're not a fighter. She's proven wrong immediately after, as the firelights have arrived. Again,
Firelights.
taking their time, slowly coming through the sewer pipes.
Yeah, and
Seems to be their
also,
thing.
yeah. So it's also been like 2 episodes since the Firelights did anything,
Mm,
and the people keep talking about them, and we still don't know anything about them.
yeah, we don't know whether one of them is Echo or not.
We don't know
Yeah,
anything about them. We don't even know what they want or what their goal is or what. Like, they just appeared at the
yeah.
beginning of this act, and no one has really explained what the fuck they are.
Yeah, and what their sort of thing is. I mean, clearly their aim is to sabotage Silco's operations, but to what end we don't know. Um, but yeah, they continue. They look to sabotage whatever's going on in this. In this case, sabotaging a family reunion by having a big old fight.
Yeah, and this is another one of those scenes where we have a character with a fully automatic weapon. She's spraying away at all the bad guys, and wouldn't you know it, she just can't hit a single one of them.
I think she
Yeah.
successfully hits one
I think she hits
hoverboard.
one hoverboard, which I think he immediately recovers from.
Yeah,
Um, she also hits people with her gun, which is like, you are literally making fun of me at this point if you're hitting someone with a gun.
uh,
Like not like me personally, as like a person who's trying
yeah,
to
just
critique the
you,
show.
the
Like,
audience member. It's just like,
I was like, oh, come off it now. Like, just give her a club at this rate, for God's sake.
I think at this point, Jinx doesn't even have the rocket launcher yet. It's only the minigun.
And she's not very good with it, even though she
Yeah,
should be.
yeah. But we discussed earlier on in the episode. As long as she hits one plot bullet, then you know that seems to be enough on Riot's end. And I'd say Riot's end because Fortiche just did the animation. Let's be fair. Well, they did the directing as well. Let's be honest. But still, yeah, big fight happens, but it ends in the Jinx losing the Hextech crystal, Caitlyn
Uh-huh.
recovering the Hextech crystal, only to be knocked the fuck out by someone who looks oddly like Sky, but with a Plague Doctor mask.
Hmm. Neat.
And she recovers Caitlyn.
Yeah, and then Caitlyn gets stolen.
Yeah. At the same time, the Firelight Leader and another dude subdue Vi, and they take her and all. And they ninja vanish with a smoke bomb.
Yeah, which is kind of like, I don't really get the logistics of that. I'm not sure. First of all, Vi should be like way better at this whole fighting thing. Like she spends ages fighting one dude when she plowed through Silco's entire army last time.
Yeah.
Last time we had a finale with her.
And her power level
Uh,
should be inherently stronger.
yeah, there are, hey, you know what? There are recreational facilities in most prisons that allow for like, physical conditioning and stuff. It's one of the only things that you can do in prison
Yeah.
that is not purely like just suffering and
Yeah.
punitive.
5-star
So
concrete walls, you know.
you know,
So yeah, that
So
just all
anyways,
happens,
like
doesn't it?
yeah, so that all that just kind of happens. Vi gets nabbed.
Jinx gets
Uh,
left alone again.
yeah, that sure does seem to happen.
Yeah, and the act ends with Jinx screaming down the camera.
Right. So I'm sure you, your favorite thing is cliffhangers, right? That's your favorite way to tell a story.
Cliffhangers. See, we've discussed this earlier on in the episode. Cliffhangers at the end of acts or at the end of a series. You know what? That's fine. That sort of entices people to watch the thing. At the end of the day, this is a cliffhanger that, as we've discussed earlier, is going to just go back into the next episode once all episodes are out on Saturday.
It is
So
extremely abrupt, though.
yeah, this is oh god, this is actually this is a video game called the Lost Templar or the Last Templar or something like that. It was a really bad or the Cursed Crusade. That was what it was called, the Cursed Crusade. Um, there was a character called Jean de Gale, and he was the hero of the game, and you beat the big bad boss right at the end. But then they do a cliffhanger to make it seem like they were going to do a sequel to this game, but it ends so abruptly. It's like he's having a talk with this evil villain, secondary villain, and he's about to launch his sword at them, and he hasn't even unsheathed it yet. Snap cuts to credits. And I feel that that's just what's happened here with Jinx, this abrupt credits roll.
Yeah, and I do. I don't even know if it's like. I guess this is like a better cliffhanger than the last act, technically, because
Yeah.
like at the very least, I've already explained that a lot of the problems I have with this act have to do with the fact that they just sort of brush 4 to 5 years of character development under the rug, and they don't really explain what happens
But
in that
this
time,
one,
even though a lot of really important things should have happened in that time.
mm-hmm.
So the one thing about this act is that the way it ends, it's like it literally is necessary that we must follow up on this immediately. Like,
Yeah, there is.
like there's
Yeah,
there's not going to be like a 5 year time gap after this.
no.
Episode 7 is going to follow up on this story. So we're not going to we're not going to mysteriously jump ahead and now Jinx has got pink eyes and she's, I don't know, treating her guns like people or anything like that. It's like that.
And she just decided to indiscriminately explode Piltover for the fun of it, as opposed to any other reason.
Then Marcus becomes Scottish or some shit, and he's got other confusing relationships.
Confusing relationships.
I would love it
if Marcus accents.
I would love it if Marcus just had a different accent for every act, and they didn't ever acknowledge it. It's like,
what the hell? You
like,
dropped the Australian twang.
Cancel it, Jace. We've got a problem in Zon.
He's got
like,
Scottish. I would have loved the idea of him just going all Wales. Hello, my name is Marcus. Just yeah, but, oh dear God. So
but, yeah. So that happened.
Yeah, so we've got to the end of Act 2 at this point,
we did it.
We've
you know what
we've succeeded an hour later than an hour longer than we did the last time.
Hooray! Because I am a good person who has respect for Ryan's time. I'm neither of those things.
So you've heard what we've said.
Yep.
We sort of gave you like our first impressions at the beginning, just saying, so we've got that. Let us know how you felt. Go in the comments. Give us a talk. We're happy to have a conversation. It passes the time while on my breaks at work, and during the weekend when nothing else is going on.
Yeah, I had things to. It's like conclusions and wrap ups, but for the most part, we addressed them as we went along.
Yeah.
The whole problem with Act 2 being founded in Act 1, which was, had fundamental problems that made it hard to follow up on. The whole Marcus motives.
Multiple Marcus motives. That's our catchphrase. There we go.
The whole like brothel scene is basically just Lisbonians baiting. It's like it doesn't really like mean anything. It's kind of a pointless scene.
Hmm.
The war that never happened. Like a lot of just overarching problems with the things that make me go like,
Yeah.
what?
But at least we got the Act 3 teaser, which does suggest war will definitely be happening. So that's a thing.
Yeah, and but yeah, my overall impression is I think Act 2 was stronger than Act 1
Mhm.
overall. I think episode 6 was probably the best episode so far. It actually had some pretty good scenes. There weren't any like catastrophic like storytelling flaws or character arc problems.
Yeah, there's just
Um,
kind of a
just
character
kind of
plot hole, and that's about it. Savika, you're done. Um,
yeah. Still, like I said, I'm still not in love with it. It still has a lot of problems, and I'd be hesitant to go above a 6 out of 10 on it, and I would need some convincing to get that high so far.
mm,
It's
so
fine.
I'm still on the idea that it's solid. Could be better, but it's solid. So that's where we are on that. We've if you want to look at a sort of a scale of how everything's went up, our opinions have slightly improved from last week. So there you go. Like I say, you can just let us know in the comments on that. But next week we'll have Act 3, where we'll have Riot, Sting, and dudes who look like they're in the Nox suits from Warframe. There's these giant armored suits with big plexiglass screens full of gas. In this case, the gas is shimmer. All the betrayals will finally happen, and yeah, we'll probably get an idea of who our next LOL characters are through this as well, for those who are actually interested in League of Legends, the game. So, yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's time for me to go to bed as of recording on this. So let's.
And I'm buying dinner again because I just can't keep this shit under 5 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
Well,
throw those chicken breasts in the fridge.
I'll tell you this right now. Episode 4 is not going to be anywhere near this time. If
episode
episode
4, you
4,
mean like
the series wrap up.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
No.
I can't afford it.
Yeah, no,
But I'll be coming up on exam time actually, so I really can't.
Yeah. Episode 3. We may surprise you, we may not. Right, yeah, like, share, and subscribe, and all that stuff, and share this, because our opinions, as it turns out, our opinions were somewhat recognised last week, and we'd like that to happen next week and other weeks going forward. So
Yeah.
do that. And we're also on Twitch. Everything's in the description of the video below. You can always follow us through that. So that's the case. So we'll be back from me, Ryan, and from Duncan.
Hello.
From Duncan.
Goodbye.
Yeah, have a good week, and we'll see you next time. Toodaloo.
Bye.